Hello friends and welcome back to MSPN's coverage of Marble Fubeca. I'm Ricochet here as we bring you another collision tournament. A look at our large course. It is a pleasure to be back with you for another collision style tournament which will face, and we will see a lot of different teams, 16 teams once again in this field. A smaller, less time-consuming, I guess you should say, tournament, as we will get just one round. There are the 2019 team statistics for these countries. There are 13 of them. We have 16 in this field. It is the United States, Cameroon, India, and Germany, and then Russia, Chile, Colombia, and Mexico on the left side of the bracket. The bottom right quadrant has, that is Belgium, and Portugal, and then Spain, and Brazil, and then Japan, England, the Netherlands, and Argentina. As we get ready for this tournament, this is a smaller, less time-consuming tournament. Same amount of teams, but instead of multiple goes, it'll be just one turn, as you'll make your way into the arena, make contact with those spinners. As you can see, this is a course that really throws you right in there with the spinners. The United States in the blue and red, Cameroon with green, and they make their way toward the course. One is in for Cameroon, everybody else rolling around, and it looks like nobody else is going to land. The United States doesn't get a single marble to go in. You'll have to watch up at the top of your screen, almost blocked by our view, but there it is. The only score is 3 points for Cameroon, and so maybe a what will be considered an upset by many, as Cameroon moves on first. They beat the United States, and we head to the other opposite side of the bracket. It is Argentina against the Netherlands. Argentina in the blue, and the Netherlands in orange. These matte colored marbles. All together, they make their way in. Everybody slowly over toward the 4 is almost everyone. Nobody gets in again, and so it's one, again, single marble that will end up as the score. Watch here, contact made with a spinner, knocked it right in, and it's 3 points for Argentina, and they move on to the quarterfinals. An interesting start, as both Cameroon and Argentina score just one, and the Netherlands and the United States are shut out, and they go home. Now to Mexico against Colombia. Mexico sporting a new marble with almost entirely green, and they scored all 3. Let's see if any go in for Colombia. They get one to go in the 8, but that is too little too late. Mexico scores 13 points. There was one that lands in the 7, one in the 2, one in the 4. And then some help from the spinners to score a point, but just one single score is not going to be enough from Colombia, as Mexico's 13 points will stand up, and they are into the quarterfinals. Back to the bottom right corner now, and it'll be Portugal against Belgium. Belgium in the black, Portugal in the green. Love the matte coloring of these marbles. In they go. Everyone making their way around. Everybody is still on the course right now. Will anybody find their way in? Wow, at the last moment, Portugal gets one to fall in the 7, and they will score another shutout. It took a little bit of time. For a second, it looked as though there may have to be a rerun, as almost a possibility there that nobody was going to score. But Portugal takes out Belgium, and now it is Germany against India. India in the white, Germany with mostly black. Make their way down toward the course. And there are marbles going every which way. One landed in the 10. I think that's the only one that's going to land, because the one for Germany is over by the 6, but it's not going to go in, and so the points won't count. A 10 for India. They move on by a shutout score of 10-0. And yet again, issues with some of these teams to even score. Now we get England against Japan. Japan is the white with blue. Looks like that's dark red for England. There's a 2. And I missed the other one for England, but they scored another one as well, and it looks like Japan trying to get something to go. Getting knocked around a bunch of times, but they are not going to be able to score. They will fall just short in front of the 2. It wouldn't have mattered anyway. Yeah, I missed right there at the bottom of the screen. You saw the 7. And then 2 more for England. Yet another shutout. England is on. They'll face Argentina. And our last 2 spots, one will be occupied by either Chile or Russia. Interesting how this shoot puts you right in with the spinners and forces action. Chile in the white. Everybody making their way down. There's a couple of 8s for Chile, and 8 put on for Russia. Everybody else is going to hold as they are, and Chile is going to win and move on. Looked like Chile had one of their own marbles knock in another marble, and so they both score 8, and they win it by a score of 16-8. And the last matchup in this first round is Brazil against Spain. Spain is on the left side in the red, Brazil with mostly yellow. And of course they come. I think that was a 10 for Brazil. Everybody trying to find their way in. That's 2 more for Brazil. Spain trying to get something to go. Almost knocked it in the 10. Still going. Knocked in Brazil. Brazil picks up another one. They score 15 with an assist from Spain at the end. And Spain cannot knock one of their own marbles in. And so the quarterfinals are set. It is Cameroon against India, as they will determine the first of our final 4. India in the white, Cameroon in the green. It was an interesting matchup where Spain helped out Brazil. That was a 7, and then a 4 and a 2. And so India with their 7 that you'll see right there. And then the 4. And there is the 2 for Cameroon. If they had been able to knock the other one in, they could have advanced a low-scoring 7-6 win. And now Argentina against England for a spot in the semifinals. England again in the red. Argentina with the baby blue. Matching the color of their country's flag. A 2 for England, and that might be it. It is. Everybody else holds. There's a 6 and a couple by the 10s, but neither are able to make their way into or through that area and lock in the points. So England wins it by a final of 2-0. Mexico and Chile now. Mexico hasn't knocked anybody in now. Now they have a 4. There's a 7. One more left. It is not going to go in. And it's a tie, but Mexico is going to advance. There is no rego, or like an extra overtime period, as Mexico scored in the larger holes, and so they get the tiebreaker win. They're into the semifinals. That'll be controversial, as Portugal and Brazil take on each other now. There's a 4, a 6 for Brazil. See if anybody else can score. There's a 4 for Brazil. A 6 for Portugal, and a 4 for Brazil again. They will advance with a 14-10 win. There's one of them. There goes the 6 for Brazil. There was a 4. There was a 6. And then we'll watch at the end. Brazil gets the bounce, and they knock it through the 4 to advance to the semifinals, which is set. Mexico, India, England, and Brazil. As Mexico wins on the controversial ruling. And now they'll try to take on India and see if they can beat India as well. Make their way into the finals. Saw a couple 2s. There is another 2 for Mexico. There's a 10, and that'll do it. Mexico needed help, and they got it. At the very end, they score a 10 after the first 2 went to 2s, And you see India at the bottom right corner at the 8 hole, unable to knock it through. Mexico advances to the championship. And they will face either England or Brazil. Loser will take on India in the 3rd place matchup. Winner gets Mexico for all the marbles. There was a 10. And a 7. A 2. Let's see if Brazil can come up with a clutch shot near one of the one of the spinners. It will not collide, and that's that. England wins it thanks to that early 10. The 2 at the end helps, and just 1-7 for Brazil, so it's England against Mexico. But first it'll be India against Brazil for a spot on the podium. Brazil starts from the left side, India from the right. Make their way. There was a 10. An 8. Brazil highly scoring early. India unable to score, period. They knock in a 6. They are running out of time. They need a big hit. It doesn't look like it's going to happen. It's not going to happen. They do score a 6, but Brazil puts a 10 and an 8 on the board. There was the 10. And here comes the 8 right there. And just that 6 for India. As they are unable to get onto the podium, Brazil wins 3rd place. And now it comes down to the championship match. It is Mexico against England. And back to the top to the starting gates for the final time. The gates lift, and it's England in the red, Mexico in the green for the gold. Here we go. It's a 7, and there's a 3, both going for England. Mexico is having trouble. It looks like all of Mexico's marbles are going to stall. They are. England's going to win it. They knocked in a 7, and then at the end they get a 3, and Mexico had all of their marbles stall, and so England wins it by a shutout of 10-0. Mexico gets 2nd. Brazil will get 3rd. As they are placed onto the podium. But bragging rights, the opportunity to sit higher than the other countries, and that giant trophy all belong to England as they are crowned champions here in this collision tournament. The effort was there, but Mexico at the end, after getting through on a technicality and then winning against India in the semifinals, they could not compete with England, as the Brits are able to take home this championship win. So congratulations to England, to Mexico, to Brazil, and to all of our competitors, as England wins this one in the tournament for the collisions with the spinners. Until next time, I'm Ricochet, and thanks for watching MSPN's coverage of Marble Fubeca. Women's World Cup in action right now. We bring you our version of the World Cup. It's Marbles Soccer. Hello, welcome to MSPN's coverage of Marble Fubeca. I'm Rick O'Shea, glad to have you here for our Marble Soccer tournament. There is the beautiful cup that these teams will be competing for. 16 teams. There are many representatives of those teams, and some of the countries that aren't even being represented here today in this competition have some fans and onlookers watching on. See Argentina, we saw Vietnam just a second ago. Large supporting sections as always for Brazil. We've got Indonesia in this tournament. And down, of course, towards the bottom, the United States, one of the powerhouses of this competition. The way that this tournament will work is very simple. You're going to get one run with each other, kind of like collision soccer. And at the end of that one turn, which will be three marbles we're running at a time, whoever comes up with the most points, most goals scored, will move on. One and done. So the opportunities and the margin for error, very limited here in this competition. As you look at the 2019 team statistics, Brazil, Russia, England, right now in the medal spots, all the way down to Cameroon in 14th. And a look at our field for today's competition. Indonesia against France, and the Netherlands against Brazil in the bottom left quadrant. Top left is Argentina, Russia, Vietnam, and the Korean Republic. On the right side, it's the Philippines, Mexico, Colombia, and India. And then Malaysia, Portugal, And it's Canada against the United States in round number 1. But first we start in the bottom left of our bracket. And our first matchup today will be Indonesia against France. Starting gates, and it is 4 marbles that will go for each of our teams. France in the dark blue, Indonesia in the clean white. And they are off, and the scoreboard shows 2-1 Indonesia. They will take out France. Here's a look at the replay. On the right side, you see France's first goal. There was Indonesia, and there's the winner on the left side of the screen, just sneaking in. And Indonesia will move on, beating France 2-1. The top right of the screen, and it is, or top right of the bracket, it's the United States against Canada. This is a big-time matchup. Canada on the left side in the mostly clear, USA in the silver. The United States has 1. Here comes Canada. They're not going to get anything. And the US lands 1 in the right goal, and that's enough to win it. Right there is the winner. And it looked for a moment as though a couple of the Canadian marbles were going to have a chance to roll their way in. They cannot, and the USA advances to the quarterfinals. Next up is Vietnam against the Korean Republic. There's Korea, there is Vietnam. Vietnam had a lot of success in their last tournament that they participated in. They're in the yellow. And they scored at least 1 there. Here comes another one. They will score again, and Vietnam with a 2-0 win over Korea. Put one in at the end there for some good measure. Right at the beginning they score 1, and then at the end wasn't the same marble. It almost looked for a second as though it was the same marble that scored twice. It wasn't, but it is 2 marbles for Vietnam that find their way into the goals and win this one by a final of 2-0. Mexico against the Philippines now. Mexico again in the green and black, and the Philippines white, blue, red. Matchups. Oh, that's at least 2 for Mexico. The Philippines won't do anything, and Mexico scores 2 right off the bat in the right corner, and are able to win this one by a final of 2-0. There's 1, there's 2, and that's all they need. One held it in the basket, the other one came back out of the goal to try to score another, but it's 2-0 again. And that is 3 consecutive rounds now that we've seen one of the teams being held scoreless. The US won 1-0, Vietnam won 2-0, and there Mexico 2-0. This matchup is the Netherlands and Brazil. Very colorful and unique marbles here. That may have been a couple for Brazil. It's 3-1 as the Netherlands pick up 1. I'll tell you what, that 1 marble for the Netherlands trying to score again. That was the one that did score for the Netherlands, and 1-2. And then on the left side, you saw Brazil put in 1 extra one, and then the Netherlands scored their 1 marble. It's a 3-1 win, and Brazil is moving on. They will face Indonesia in the second round. Back to the right side, and it's Malaysia in the yellow and black. Maybe it's brown, hard to tell there. They'll take on Portugal in the green. They are off, and Malaysia scores a couple. Portugal puts in only 1, and Malaysia is going to move on to take on the United States. 1 on each side for Malaysia. Made contact right in the middle of the field there and split off one way and the other, and they both go in. So a good run there for Malaysia. They're going to take on the US. And now it's Russia against Argentina, and the winner gets Vietnam. Argentina in the white and light blue. Almost solid red for Russia. And they will be denied. Oh, at the last moment. Nope, that marble is not going to go. Right on the line, it does not cross. And Russia is eliminated by a 1-0 score. There's the 1 score off the post and in for Argentina. And at the very end, Russia unable to get that last marble to just roll a little bit further. About 50-50, but it's got to go in. It did not, and Russia is eliminated. Argentina is moving on. That is an absolute killer. And now the final first round matchup is India against Colombia. Colombia in their classic yellow, blue, and red. Oh, somebody fell off the entire course. Here comes India at the last moment to score and win. Look at that. It looks like it was, one of the Indian marbles didn't even make it onto the course properly. Fell off the ramp there at the last second. Rolling in, and none of the Colombian marbles were there to try to make a block. And so, unimpeded, India goes in for the score and the 1-0 win. And the first round is complete. And now we play for a spot in the semifinals. First matchup is Indonesia against Brazil. Brazil put in 3, which was the most we've seen in the first round. They take on the first game winner, and that's Indonesia, who has 1. Indonesia now has 2, and Brazil doesn't pick up any. How about that? Indonesia with a bit of an upset. They win this one by a final of 2-0. And they've outscored their opponents 4-1 now through their first 2 rounds as they head to the semifinals. And they are now guaranteed a spot, at least in a competition to get onto the podium for Indonesia, who doesn't always participate. Here's one team that always does participate, the United States, as they take on Malaysia. 3 entire rows of supporters for both of these countries. Yellow and black against silver and white. They are off. And the United States has a couple. Malaysia put in 1, but it's 3 for the United States, and the USA is moving on. The left side put in 2 for the US, and the right side had 1 for each, so it's the left side scoring only US goals that ends up costing Malaysia their chance. And the United States is on to the semifinals, and now Argentina takes on Vietnam. Vietnam in the red and yellow. They've got 1, and it looks like that might be all we get. Everybody else is towards the center of the field. It is, and Vietnam wins it by a final of 1-0. They are on to the semifinals in a low-scoring affair, and they're going to get, it's going to be Indonesia against Vietnam in one of the semifinals. The United States waits for the winner of India and Mexico. India winning with that last-second goal. Mexico looks pretty confident in their win. Did Mexico score? I don't know if we had a score there. Yep, we did get one. As the scoreboard shows, Mexico won. Yeah, there it is. It came out very quickly, but it did go in at the very beginning. Mexico is moving on as they shut out India 1-0. Into the semifinals now. 2 powerhouses, the United States and Mexico. 2 underdogs, Indonesia and Vietnam. We begin with the underdogs. Indonesia had a nice run their last time. And they're going to do it again. They're going to get another one to fall in. The last one at the end for an exclamation mark couldn't quite go, but 2-1, Indonesia is into the final. Once again, the inability to block becomes very important as that one Vietnam marble unable to block the other Indonesian. And Indonesia nearly put in a third one just for good measure. 2-1 ends up as the final. And now we get the United States against Mexico. And they are off. Mexico's got a couple. The U.S. is in trouble. They're not going to score any. 2-0. Mexico is into the finals. As the U.S. is unable to score. And now we will see Vietnam against the United States for third place. disappointing finish for the U.S., who looked pretty easy, pretty confident going through those first 2 rounds, but now they're going to have to battle with Vietnam for a spot on the podium. The United States have 2, maybe 3. They do give them that 3rd one. Vietnam scored only 1, and 3-1 is the final. The U.S. takes 3rd place. They get on the podium. And now the sights are turned towards Mexico and Indonesia. Mexico has had a lot of success in these tournaments, getting deep into the tournament runs. They've won a couple of tournaments. They look for another against Indonesia, a huge underdog. But Indonesia has been very impressive. As you see there, 2 rows of supporters, 3 full rows for Mexico. Maybe a little bit of David versus Goliath as they head to the field. Mexico's got a couple. Indonesia scored only 1. Mexico is going to win it 3-1 the final, and the Mexicans again take home the gold. Valiant effort by Indonesia, but they had a couple of marbles that didn't even make contact with anyone else, and when you have a couple of marbles that just run free, makes it a lot harder. Mexico is the winner. Indonesia gets the runner-up spot, and 3rd place to the United States. Impressive run by Indonesia, but it wasn't to be, as Mexico gets the win. They take home a very impressive trophy for this competition. 1st place to Mexico, 2nd place to Indonesia, and the bronze goes to the United States. Congratulations to Mexico and all of our competitors, as this was a very hard-fought competition. And ultimately, the Mexicans take home gold for the marble soccer. So until next time, I'm Ricochet, and thanks for watching MSPN's coverage of Marble Fubeca. We are glad to have you back for event number 2 and video number 2 of this 16-team tournament. Glad to have you here for our 2nd event. I'm Ricochet for MSPN's coverage of Marble Fubeca, and our coverage today of the Marble with Racetrack Curves in Kersetti. Very interesting, large, just a ginormous course that will host today's festivities. As you see, another time trial-based event. And on the left side of your screen, the 2019 team statistics. Russia, Brazil, and England leading the way. There is the starting gates, and now on the left side you see the teams that already clinched their way in from the Marble Golf video, so if you haven't seen that, take a look. That's Italy, Argentina, Uruguay, and England. We won in the first of our 3 videos for this tournament. There are the teams that are competing today. Pakistan will take on Portugal, and then Russia against Colombia. Brazil takes on the Korean Republic, and Spain versus Chile. Marble golf involved countries potentially having contact with each other and influencing each other. That won't be the case today, as Portugal takes on Pakistan. This is simply about speed, and unlike the last time we saw a speed trial, you have 3 team members, 3 marbles that need to get to the bottom. That could be very interesting, as they are off and running. It looks like a slight lead right now for Portugal, which is on the top rung. Followed, slowing down just a tad bit, is Pakistan. They're going to have to pick this up. Portugal keeping their marbles very tight with each other, continuing to make their way down a very large course. Building that lead. Looks like they've got one more time around. They do. Here they come, and it will be a pretty easy win. 34-21, beat them by just under 2 seconds. Portugal takes out Pakistan. Giving you a little glimpse of what we're going to see in today's video, as they make their way into the quarterfinal for this tournament. Next matchup is going to be Russia versus Colombia. Colombia takes the top. Russia goes on the bottom. Right now the top, undefeated in 1 run, obviously. That course just so big and moving just a little bit every time that the marbles make contact. Colombia has lost 1 of their marbles, has gone rogue from the rest of the course. Way out in front, but it looks like even their slower marbles, now they seem to be catching back up to each other. It seems like it's pretty tight right now. Who comes around this time? Russia has taken the lead. They are picking up speed and in a hurry. Next time around will be the last time. And it looks like Russia's going to get this win. They will. What a finish for Russia. They come across with the fastest time now, 34-17, and beat them by an even second over Colombia. Great comeback by Russia because Colombia had that lead, and Colombia had by far the fastest marble there before they kind of came back to the pack. So Russia takes over the best time, and they move in to the quarterfinals, and now Brazil against Korea. So the top has won once, the bottom has won once. Brazil goes up top, and Korea takes the bottom. We'll see. Brazil jumps out to an early lead. Still within one length of the grouping of marbles is Korea. But now they've started to slow down just a little bit. Brazil really trying to open up that lead. They're doing so now. Really opening up the lead. Brazil just trying to dominate this course. They've only got one more time around to go, and Brazil is going to win this one by a mile. 33-16. They beat Korea by 2 seconds, and they beat the record, the fastest time, by a full second, 1.01, better than the Russian time. An easy win for Brazil, and they dominate the course there. Wow, that was surprising. As we get our last matchup, Spain versus Chile, our final matchup for today's video. And we will have the quarterfinal set. We'll drop from 16 to 8 from the last two videos into our final video. Spain takes the top, Chile takes the bottom. If Chile wins and moves on, then the top and bottom will split, each winning 2. Spain trying to keep that from happening. They're pretty close right now. One of the Chilean marbles is way behind. Needs to pick it up, and they did. Right as I was saying that, they made a great run that time. Coming around still very close. They've only got a couple more times to go, and it looks like both countries are very tight. Chile takes the lead that time. Last time around, did Chile come back from behind? They did, and they get the win. And whoa, one of the Spanish marbles comes flying off the course. 34.09, beat them by 0.09 of a second. And the Spaniards take a little bit of a injury to insult there, as one of their marbles flies off the course at the end after finishing less than 1/10 of a second behind. So event 3 will be our finale. You see the 8 teams that are now remaining, as we've gone from 16 and dropped it in half. We'll see who fights for that crown and for that trophy in our next and final video for this tournament. But until next time, I'm Ricochet, and thanks for watching MSPN's coverage of Marble Fubeca. A new champion will be crowned today as we welcome you back to MSPN's coverage of Marble Fubeca. I'm Ricochet. Hello, friends. Another championship matchup here as you have a look at our gigantic course for a competition that we are referring to as the half pipes with stitches. You see a long, winding course, a lot of half pipes involved in this gigantic course. The way that this is going to work, each team, which will be representing their country, consisting of 5 players, will descend on the track with 7 different types of scoring opportunities. The winner between these countries, who will go head-to-head in a bracket-style tournament, is going to be determined by the country that scores more points overall. This is almost like Plinko from the game show The Price is Right, as you will score different points, as you see right there on the screen right now. 8 points, 5 points, 2 point, 1 point, 3, 6, or 9 points potentially. You will have 5 players that will head down or representing each country will head down that course and make their way onto the half pipes, which we have seen before. And there are your competitors. They are Cameroon, Russia, Japan, Chile on one portion of the bracket, then Colombia, Spain, Brazil, and the Philippines. For another part of the bracket. On the other side, England, India, Argentina, the United States, Portugal, Canada, Mexico, and France. We'll face off, and our first matchup is between Russia and Cameroon. One more look at the large structure. Quite impressive the structure is itself as we head up to the starting gates. And here we go, all heading into that big funnel. This is not a speed competition at all, so it really doesn't matter what order you go down. Cameroon still has one that is way up towards the top as they start to make their way down this large course. And the first score will be 3 points to Russia. 3 more goes to Russia. They put in a 2. Cameroon has not had someone score yet. Which marble will go down for them? 2 points for them. They'll add 5. Cameroon very close. They went the wrong way. They end up with 1. And now Russia and Cameroon close to coming down one more time. 3 down for both countries right now. And they both will add in 1 more point. Down to 1 marble each for Russia and Cameroon. Russia a little bit closer to finishing off their scoring. They might end up with 2, they might end up with 1. We'll see. Cameroon still pretty far up the course there as 1 more for Russia. They're done. Cameroon is going to have the highest scoring marble. They picked up 5. They are almost at a standstill as they'll come down 1 more half pipe. 2 more to go before they will head down the final portion of the track to determine their score. Again, coming nearly to a stop. Taking their time making it down this course. And they will land with 3. Cameroon takes it by a final of 12-10 over Russia. That 5-pointer turns out to be very big, so Cameroon moves on to what is the quarterfinals, and our next matchup will be France against Mexico. You get 1 opportunity, so every one of these marbles is going to count. See some of the exterior here on this course. France with the blue and white. And Mexico with the 2 shades of green. France has 3 of their marbles already into the half pipes. Meanwhile, Mexico has the final 3 marbles to get out of the funnels. Again, speed doesn't matter. The scoring is what matters. And let's see. France has the first one go down. They'll pick up 1 and 3 respectively. And 1 and 3 again. They only have 1 left. Meanwhile, the first for Mexico will be 2 points. Mexico might end up with 5. They do. Big run there for Mexico. Now they pick up 6 on the other side. Mexico coming up with clutch scores right now. And they're going to get either 6 or 9 more. That's going to finish it off for France. They finish with a 3. And Mexico seems that they have a pretty dominant win here. 9 points all the way up at the top for Mexico. And they will head down this final half pipe and seemingly cruise to a victory. Very impressive. Some high scores there from Mexico. Highest score we saw in our first matchup was from Cameroon. They scored 5. Mexico did that a couple times, and more than that. They beat France in a dominant showing, 27-11. They score 2 5s, a 6, a 9, and a 2. As Mexico will advance onto the quarterfinal, joining Cameroon. And now we get the Philippines against Brazil. That was an impressive run by Mexico. You see, there are their fans. There are the Brazilian fans. Each country has their cheering section, watching on from the bleachers above. Philippines with the blue and the mostly yellow, somewhat blue marbles. There's a little bit of blue in there, but mostly yellow for Brazil. And one of the Philippines marbles is stuck. They are still at the top, haven't even gotten into that first funnel. Meanwhile, 6 points goes to the Philippines on their first score. Brazil is going to pick up 9. Big run there. 3 more for Brazil. That's 1 point for the Philippines, who are still struggling to get one of their marbles down. 3 more, and 2 added for the Philippines. Meanwhile, the Philippines, I'm not sure what's going to happen here, as they still have a marble that has not even gotten through that funnel. I'm not sure what happened, but one of the Philippines marbles got stuck before the first funnel, let alone the second, not to mention all the half pipes you got to get down. A lot of 3s for Brazil, but if you only have 4 marbles, there's a much better chance that the country that gets 5, and yeah, they're going to just disqualify that Philippines marble, and it is a 10-point victory for Brazil, 21-11, as the Philippines only get 4 of their 5 marbles down, and a easy win there for Brazil, as they are on to the quarterfinals. And that moves us to England against India. That is a very interesting situation that you saw there, as a less than stellar run. Let's see if all the marbles this time getting through that first funnel. That's good. England with mostly clear, and the green marbles representing the country of India. Everybody's going to get through the funnel, so that is a plus there. First marble down is going to be 3 for England. You can see these marbles are rather similar looking. Right now, they are tied at 5 apiece. And now a big 5 spot there. And England has the advantage. See, checking, making sure we've got no marbles stuck in the funnels. 2 more left to go for England. Only 1 left for India. Both hanging on. There we go, coming down to that final half pipe, and it's going to be 1 more point for England. Now both countries with 1 marble left to go. And they are in the same half pipe there. They head down different angles. India picks up 3. England picks up 1, and England with a very narrow 1-point victory, 12 points to 11. They will move on to the quarterfinals. That was a tight one. As England is through, India is eliminated, and now Chile and Japan. As they will head down the half pipes. Already pretty close. And we'll see what our first score is. It will be 5 points. I believe that is Chile. And it has the more blue, and I think the Japan is the one with more of the red involved there. Got a couple of 6s, a 3, a couple of 1s. There's a 2, a 5, and 8 all the way down there. I totally missed that one. Big score, 8. Some high scores here. We only have 1 marble left. High scoring. And we'll end with 5 more. How about that? Japan, dominant. Picked up a couple of 6s and 8, a couple of 5s. And they with an easy win over Chile. Now we get Canada against Portugal. Here in this first round matchup of the half pipes with stitches. All about scoring points. Who cares how long it takes you to get there? Marbles with the green are going to be representing Portugal. And the way that the marbles are designed, and the fact that they have a lot of clear in them, makes these marbles that are representing Canada look very almost pinkish, almost like a salmon color. And very quickly down, 3 already through. And they have their points determined for Portugal. That's a 5 and a couple of 2s. First score for Canada is a 3. That's going to be followed up by another 3. Just missed a 6. Another 2 is through for Portugal. And look at that. Canada has 2 of their marbles stuck, and they might get eliminated. This is unbelievable. Yeah, that's it. Canada has 2 of their marbles stick against each other, and they will lose this one. A devastating loss for Canada. Portugal picks up 14. 3 of them landed in the 2. They move on. They will face Mexico in the quarterfinal, and now we get Spain against Colombia. That is heartbreaking for the Canadians. Only lost by 5, and you had 2 marbles that didn't score points. Good chance, I think, that they may have been able to pick up, I would say, at least those 5 points to tie out of those 2 marbles. That is really, really hard to swallow if you're Canada, as we get Spain against Colombia. A 1, a couple of 2s. For the most part, we've seen a lot of the middle 2, which is the 1 and the 2 in the yellow. Some 3s. I think we've seen 1 9, 1 8. And look at that, once again. It's happened again. 2 more marbles. And again, they're for the same country. Have gotten each other caught up and will eliminate each other. This is got to be just heartbreaking for not only the players, marbles representing their countries doing the best they can, as Colombia is going to defeat Spain. And once again, Spain, for the second straight time, it is a close match lost by a country that only had 3 of their marbles finish. Colombia is through, and now we get the United States against Argentina. Argentina with the blue marbles, and it's almost a metallic look for the United States. Everybody going to make it through that first funnel. Argentina finally making it through. Everybody's going to clear the second funnel as well. Head down to the half pipes. U.S. taking it very slowly. They still have the last 3 marbles to come out of the funnel. Everybody taking their time. First to go down will be the U.S. with 2. 1 point for Argentina. 2 more for the U.S. They score 1. Argentina picks up 2 and 1. It's a little bit of a lead right now for the U.S. Still 2 marbles for both to go. There's a 6 and another 6 for Argentina. Big run for the Argentines. And now the U.S. picks up 5, and it's going to come down to this final marble. Long way to go before the U.S. will have their final marble hit. And a lot of pressure got to be on. Can they make the right turn? 2 more half pipes to clear. Which way do they fall? The weight of a country on the shoulders of that marble right now. The U.S. needs a big run, otherwise Argentina is going to move on. Let's see where it goes. It hits down the 5, and Argentina holds on. What a run. 16-15, and the Argentines are into the quarterfinals. That is huge. We will get Japan versus Cameroon. Japan with mostly blue and those mint-colored marbles representing Cameroon. Spot in the semis on the line. Let's see in this second round, the quarterfinals, if these marbles are able to learn something from what we saw from some of the other countries who got their own marbles stuck. All 3 that did not have. There's a lot of scoring quickly coming through the 1 and the 2. There's a 3. All 3 of the countries that had less than all 5 of their marbles finish, none of them were able to advance. Spain and Canada had their 2 knocked out on their own, knocking out 2 of their marbles with each other, and that cost them dearly, as they both unable to advance. Low scoring round here. Nobody has scored more than 3. Both countries still have 1 marble going, and they are almost running identically side by side with each other. Let's see which one goes first. There is Japan. Japan's going to go down with a 2. Low scoring. Let's see if Cameroon can ice it. It goes down that yellow one. That's going to be a big score. Nope, heads down the red. That's 3. Cameroon is still able to hold on. And a low-scoring match goes to Cameroon. They are into the semifinals, beating Japan by a final of 12-9. And we will go with Mexico against Portugal now, on the opposite side of the bracket. These are similar-looking marbles. Mexico is on the left and Portugal on the right. Mexico has the black streak. These marbles are mostly green. The difference is either the black or what looks like almost a maroon color. First one down, I believe that is Portugal, and it's 6 points. Good run. Everybody doing a pretty good job right now. Everybody pretty consistent. There's a 1. There's 9 for Mexico. 3 for Mexico. 6 and another 6. Look at that. This one will head down all the way at the top. Is it 9 or is it 6? This could be a determining factor for Mexico. It will, as it slows nearly to a halt. Which way will it fall? It's going to go down the 9. Big run, and Mexico wins it 28-20 on a huge run. 2 9s and 3 6s. And Portugal, or rather Mexico I should say, is on to the semifinals. They join Cameroon, and they will be joined by either Colombia or Brazil. Brazil is on the left with the blue and the yellow, and then Colombia with the yellow and red streaks. Coincidentally, a lot of these countries that are facing off here in this second round happen to have very similar looking marbles, the way that it was able to shake out through that first round. A couple of points up there for Brazil. They are all over the middle of the board, and that's going to cost them. They might be in some trouble. They didn't score more than 3 on any of their marbles. 5 points on the first one to fall for Colombia. They're in a huge spot. As long as they don't get their marbles stuck. And a couple of them that are pretty close with each other. They're both going to fall. They are both going to fall down the 6 lane. Huge run. Colombia hasn't scored less than 5 on a marble. And that will continue. Another 6. Colombia just pouring it on. And the final one will be 2. It is a blowout. To advance to the semifinals, Colombia 25, Brazil 8. Dominant there. They will face Cameroon in the semis. And our final matchup, Argentina against England. Argentina with that very tight victory over the United States. Won it by a point. England is on the left with the mostly clear marbles and the light blue of Argentina. And everybody making their way through the funnels and down the half pipes. Biggest thing, you just want to make sure you don't get yourself stuck. Especially if you're in there with a teammate. First one down is England with 3. Followed up with 1 for Argentina, 3 for Argentina, 1 and 1 and 1 for England. That hurts. There's 3 more for Argentina. Both down to their final marble. This needs to be a big run for England. They had 3 of them land in the 1 spot. I'm sorry, there's still 2 more for Argentina. 1 all the way up at that second grouping of the half pipes. Long way to go. There's 3 more for Argentina. Let's see if England can get a big run. They do. They pick up 6. That was important for England. They had a rough go of it. 3 in a row with pretty quick succession, falling down the lane that gives you only a single point. And now we will wait for Argentina. Long way to go still. 2 more sets of half pipes. Right now on line maybe to score 6, maybe 3. Depends. Either that or it could end up with 3 or 1, depending on which way Argentina falls out of that one. It's going to be either 3 or 1, and it will go down the 3, which is where 4 of the marbles landed, and Argentina again with a 1-point victory into the semifinals after beating the U.S. by a point and beating England by just 1 single point. We're into the semis. Cameroon on the left in the mint. Yellow with red stripes is Colombia. 1 spot in the championship round. And so far, with the exception of those 3 countries in the first round, all in the first round that had trouble getting all their marbles down, everybody else has done a good job. First one down will be 2 points for Cameroon, 1 point for Colombia. Early lead goes to Cameroon. Everybody working their way through down to the final half pipe. 2 more for Cameroon, 3 for Cameroon, 2 for Colombia. Everybody pretty tight. 3 more to go for Colombia. Now they're down to 2 as they score 3. Both countries have 2 marbles left. If you look down to that final spot, that is going to be 9 points for Cameroon. Big run. That may be a clincher. Everybody else is right towards the middle of this part. That's 1 point for Cameroon. They're done. 1 point for Colombia. They're in some trouble now. This is going to fall the right way for them, at least in terms of that last one. They pick up 3, but it is too little too late. Cameroon with that 1-9 wins it 17-10. They are into the championship. And they will face either Mexico or Argentina, who has won 2 one-point battles. Pretty easy to tell who's who. Green with black stripes is Mexico, and the light blue are the Argentines, also with a black stripe. Everybody headed down. Still have 4 marbles that are up in the funnels, and both countries score 1 on their first marble down. Mexico puts in 1 more point. Now it's 3 points for Argentina, 3 points for Mexico. Mexico puts in another 1. That's 1 for Argentina. 6 there. Big run. Mexico. Everybody was really tight, and I think Mexico got them this time. There's still 1 more to go, but it's going to have to be a pretty good run there for Argentina. Everybody in the 1s and the 3s except for the 1 marble for Mexico that scored 6. Is that enough? It really depends on what Argentina does here. Slowing very far down. They're all the way up at the second group of the half pipes. Slowly making their way down, making sure everybody soaks in the anticipation. Soaking in the emotions of how tight this could be. Mexico and Argentina coming right down to the wire. And down the middle it goes. It is 1 point, and Mexico is going to win it. 12-7, Argentina's magic runs out. Mexico is in the final, and they face Cameroon with a chance to take home that trophy. But first we have the 3rd place match between Colombia and Argentina. Argentina able to make it through consecutive 1-point wins before falling at the hands of Mexico. And there is the cheering section for the Argentines. We're on the right side out of the starting gates. And away they go. First one down into a half pipe is going to be Argentina, and the last one out of the first funnel will be one of the Colombia marbles. Making their way down, they race with each other. 6 points to Argentina, 3 points to Colombia. Early lead to the Argentines. 1 point for Colombia. And now it looks like a couple of marbles got stuck. Oh, and Argentina comes up and knocks one out. There's still 2 more that are stuck up at the top of the screen. They're in trouble. I don't think they're going to be able to dislodge themselves. That's 1 marble for both countries. They had another spot where 2 were stuck, and Argentina had one of their marbles come in and knock it straight out. 2 more left for Argentina, and it doesn't look like either of the marbles up at the top are going to be able to move on. So they are both going to be disqualified or unable to finish this, and it will make it a 12-11 final, and Argentina takes 3rd place, and you guessed it, they take it by just 1 point. So that brings us now to the championship match. Cameroon, with the first matchup we saw, they took out Russia, and they have plowed through the rest of the crowd. On the other side, it's Mexico, beating what may have seemed to be a country with the destiny on their side. 3 one-point wins for Argentina, but Mexico, it was not to be against them. The crowds watching on, representing their countries, all the countries that were represented here in this half-pipe championship. Mexico to the left, in green and black, and the mint of Cameroon, and we are underway. Who takes home the trophy? That is the answer. All you want right now if you're these two countries is to make sure all 5 of your marbles make it through. First one is down. It's Mexico with 5 points. Second one is down. It's Mexico adding 1 more. Third is going to fall, and it looks like it's Mexico. They add 1 more point. 5 points for Cameroon. They answered. They pick up 3. They pick up 3. They picked up another 3. 3 in a row fall down that third pipe. Scoring 9 points total there for Cameroon. They have the advantage. 5 points go through for Mexico. What an answer. It's down to the final 2 marbles. Mexico a little bit ahead of Cameroon. But again, it doesn't matter when you finish. It matters where you finish. Cameroon jumps ahead. Heads down the 1. And it's down to Mexico. They will finish at 1. And Cameroon, by a final of 15-13, beats Mexico in a tight final that saw some low scorers and some high scorers, and Cameroon will finish atop the podium. Argentina will take their place in 3rd. Mexico as the runner-up. But all eyes are on Cameroon after an impressive run from the very first matchup we saw against Russia all the way through to a 2-point championship win over Mexico. And there are some of the marbles that actually did the running for their countries. And Cameroon will be taking home the trophy here for the half-pipe with stitches race. A very exciting race that, lucky for us, ended up with a just 2-point victory in the final race for a championship for Cameroon. And so that does it for MSPN's coverage of Marble Fubeca. Congratulations to Cameroon, but until next time, I'm Rick O'Shea. Ricochet back here for MSPN's coverage of Marble Fubeca. Glad to be with you as you have a look at the 2019 team statistics for our countries. On the left side of your screen, this is bowling coming up for these teams. As you see, a course that we've used a few times. For these countries that will attempt to score the most points in a couple of frames of bowling to advance and move on with a chance for a championship. Here are the teams competing: France, Spain, Chile, and the United States. In the bottom left quadrant, in the top left, it is Japan, Argentina, Ecuador, and Ghana. England, Colombia, Brazil, and the Netherlands in the bottom right quadrant, and the final quadrant, the top right of the tournament, is Uruguay, Portugal, Costa Rica, and Mexico. A large group of onlookers will first watch this matchup between France and Spain. France gets the first look, and they will make their way down the winding course. Encounter one half pipe, and now a decision on which way to go. Down the left, or the, I guess the top of the screen is the blue slide. The bottom of the screen is the green slide, and they went down the green and picked up only one. You see at the end there, they tried to pull it around and pick up an extra pin there. That didn't work, and so France picks up only one. It's one full frame and two turns for France, so two opportunities to score, and they need a big second run if they're going to beat Spain, who early on doesn't look like they have to do too much. Blue or green is the decision, and it'll be blue this time, and it's going to be three more pins knocked down for France. As they put up a little bit more respectable of a number, they end up with 4, and that is the number to beat for Spain in this 16-team tournament, something that we're very used to here on Marble Fubeca. Seen a lot of 16-team fields for these tournament-style competitions, and Spain picks up only one pin on their first go. So sitting here as Spain gets their second turn, and it is a very even matchup. One pin for France on their first go, one pin for Spain on their first go, and now it's going to come down to the final matchup, as Spain will make their way down one of the slides and head for the pins. If they can knock down 3, it's a tie. If they can knock down more than 3, they'll advance. Less than 3 gives the win to Spain, or to France. Here we go, and it's just one pin for Spain. Very disappointing for the Spaniards as they pick up only one, and France moves on with a 4-2 overall score. And so from the bottom left to the top right, it is Mexico against Costa Rica, and that is Costa Rica who will go first. Red and black marble will choose green and pick up only one. They head out right off the course after knocking down that first pin. And that has been a very common score so far. All 3 teams that have gone have scored just 1 on their first bowl. And out of the 5 now turns, 3 of them have been 1 pin. Very interesting. Definitely not ideal, as that's the lowest amount you can score if you score at all. Down the green again, and 2 more this time. It's a total of 3 for Costa Rica. Almost got a third, but it's able to hold on. And so Mexico will go, needing 4 for a win. 4 was enough to win it for France in the previous matchup. And their first go will be down the green and result in 3. Big run on Mexico for their first bowl. They pick up 3 pins, and they've already notched what'll be a sudden death matchup. And that's before they even have their second turn. So one will do it. Mexico can make a statement with a large score here. Down the blue, they knock down 4 more, and it's a score of 7 for Mexico. They move on easily. An impressive round for Mexico as they beat Costa Rica, and they move on to the quarterfinals. It's now Ghana against Ecuador, and Ecuador will go first. Ghana's a newcomer, haven't seen them very much. A lot of these countries have been a very common participant. Down the blue very quickly, and 6 for Ecuador. What a bowl there! Right through the heart of the pins, and a 6 spot for Ecuador gives them a huge advantage very early on against Ghana. Wow. That is a very impressive run by Ecuador. Let's see if they can finish them off and give Ghana almost no chance to win. Down the blue, they pick up an extra 1 and will score 7. And it's turned over to Ghana. They'd have to have a heck of a run. They'd have to score more than anybody else if they want to beat Ecuador. No one scored more than 7. That was Mexico and now Ecuador, both scoring 7. Ghana's first turn will pick up 6. How about that? What an answer for Ghana. They pick up 6. They did it on the opposite side, going after the pins that were towards the bottom of your screen the way that we're viewing it. But either way, that results in the same amount of points. If they get 1, we tie. If they get 2, they win. A 0 will give the win to Ecuador. Either way, it's going to be disappointing to see one of these teams go home. They both showed up very well. Down the blue, they score 3. Almost knocked them all down, but it's a 9. And Ghana with a very impressive run. They beat Ecuador and they move on. Very impressive from both teams in that matchup. Wow. As England will take on Colombia now. That's a tough act to follow. England making their way to the half pipe. Decisions looming. Blue or green. As you can see, through early on, both sides can result in high scores or low scores. That's a 3 for England. And a respectable first score. England will make their way down for the second time. Bowling such a difficult sport because one wrong movement doesn't even matter which way you go if you just come off at a wrong angle, as there's 2 more for England and they'll pick up 5 as their final score. Respectable. And Colombia will have to knock down more than half the pins if they want to take out England. Out of a group of 10 pins, 5 went down at the hands of the English. There is 4 for Colombia. Almost knocked down 2 more. A powerful throw. And Colombia in a good position. They need 1 to tie, 2 to win. What I was saying at the beginning of this matchup is that there's, on either side, you can see 1 wrong move, whether it's going down the blue or going down the green. If you come at it with the bad angle, or 1 wrong move, that's a strike. It's a spare as Colombia scored 4 on their first. They knocked down the remaining 6. They score the first spare of the tournament, and they beat England. Well, we were trying to say that mistakes can be made, and it can cost you. There was no costing them there as they score the first spare. Colombia beats England, and now Chile takes on the United States, who has been a heavyweight in these standalone challenges. And England, who has also been a pretty strong competitor, taken down early in this tournament. First round knockout loss. That is 4 for Chile. Good first score. And nearly knocked down a 5th, but could not get the power behind one pin to knock down the other. Chile moving very quickly through that first portion of the course, picking up a lot of speed. Heading for the half pipe with a ton of speed. And we'll see if it slows down or not. Speed not necessarily your friend here, as that can cause some wildness. And being wild can become a problem. That is 2 more. Ran into another, but couldn't knock it down, and it's a total of 6 for Chile. And the U.S. will need to beat 6. That's a pretty good score. And we'll see what the United States can do to answer. So Chile put themselves in a good position. The United States trying to answer. Or will we see the U.S. and England go down in back-to-back matchups? It's a 3 on the first go for the U.S. And they are in a little bit of trouble here. Gonna have to be a good run here if the U.S. wants to tie or defeat Chile. And very slowly making their way. It's going to be green. It's going to be an empty run for the U.S. And they go down. Chile moves on. And it indeed is back-to-back losses for England and the United States. Yeah, that hurts. As Uruguay stands in facing Portugal. Uruguay goes first. And their first throw will eventually make its way down toward the board. Here it comes, and there it goes. It's going to be 3. Uruguay knocked down the 3 over in that one corner of the bracket there. And they will try to better that score. And make it a little harder on Portugal. Down the green, they knock the rest of them down. It's a spare for Uruguay. Second of the tournament. Colombia had the first, and Uruguay answers, and that's going to make it extremely difficult for Portugal to move on. They're going to have a hard time with this one. Let's see what they can do. You really need to pick up something. They go blue and they get just 1. And now it's going to be a really tough one for Portugal. They have to knock down all 9 to even Uruguay. Otherwise, deservedly so, Uruguay will win, and they do. 5 pins go down for Portugal. Pretty good run there, but it was not enough, and too late anyway, as Uruguay gets the spare. They get the win. And it's Japan versus Argentina. Japan in a very slick and sleek look with their marble as they make their way to the half pipe for the first time. Mostly white, very shiny for this marble. We always love to see the Argentinian marbles, and that's just 1 for Japan. Second go for Japan as they will try to add on to just that 1 scored from the first time. Try to perform a little bit better and see if they can make this a little harder on Argentina to score. Love that different angle. They went right down the middle and knocked down 3, including the 1 pin. They score 4 overall, and now Argentina knows what they have to do. They need 5 to take out Japan. As they make their way down down the course the first time. You can see it is 6. Very impressive for Argentina. They get the win, and they will take 1 more, a victory try this time for Argentina as they are advanced into the next round automatically after that first one. Scored 6 after Japan took 2 turns to score only 4 points. Argentina made it look easy there. And they will pick up 3 more. They score 9 overall. Nearly knocked it down for our 3rd spare. Argentina is moving on. And now it's the Netherlands against Brazil. Brazil goes first, and their classic yellow and blue look. The Netherlands has gained a reputation for winning very close matchups. That's 5 for Brazil on the first run. Have to be a good run for the Netherlands if they want to beat Brazil here, who still has 1 more to go. 5 down, 1 turn left, and maybe 5 more pins to go for Brazil as they would look for a spare. Just looking to add on some more points and make it a little more difficult on the Netherlands here. They go blue this time and knock down 4 for a score of 9, and it will have to be very impressive for the Netherlands in their dark red, making their way down the course. We've seen them in many different colors of marbles, including orange, but they've gone with dark red and black here. And they need a big run. They'd have to knock down all of the pins if they want to get the win. They knocked down 3 on their first turn, and they'll have to come up with a big one here. Last try for the Netherlands. I think this is our last matchup of the first round. Might have a couple more. I think they probably want to try to go blue here. They do go blue, and they knock down 3, but that's all they're going to get. They needed to knock down 6 at least. They only get 3, and they are knocked out by a score of 9-6. Brazil moves on. And now our quarterfinals begin with France against Chile. Both of these countries being represented in red, white, and blue. It's France who goes first. And Chile knocked out the United States, of course. Their national colors of red, white, and blue as well. France's first run is going to knock down only 1 pin, which is exactly what they did in their first matchup. They ended up being able to win, but France only knocked down 1 pin the first time, only knocked down 4 total and got the win. That would not be good enough in a lot of the first round matchups, as the teams later on in the first round seem to have a little bit more success than early. 1 pin down, that went down the blue for France. Let's see if they try green this time. As they look to add on to their score, they go blue again, and they hit the side and score only 1. Wow. So an empty run that time for France. As Chile will potentially wrap it up here. All they have to do is score 2 and they'll have it finished off. And they just went empty. They can't score on their first try. So now it comes down to the final matchup. 1 last turn. If it's a 0, France wins. If it's a 1, it's a tie. If it's a 2 or more, then Chile wins. Down the green, here they go. They're going to knock down 4 and move their way into the semifinals. It didn't look pretty, but ultimately, that's enough to move on. Chile is into the semifinals. And now we get Mexico against Uruguay. Uruguay will go first. They had one of a few spares in the opening round. We have not seen a strike yet. That's going to be a really difficult ask to get one of these teams to bowl a strike. Down the blue, and 1 pin. Low scoring start to this quarterfinal. 4 matchups. And we were already done with 1, and we saw only 5 total points, and through the first bowl of this second matchup, only 1 point scored. Blue or green is the question. Answer is going to be green, and it's going to pay off. 6 more for Uruguay. They score 7 and have put the pressure on Mexico. Classic green and black. Winding down the snaking course here before we get to the bowling alley portion of the course. Into the half pipe. And down the green, and they will pick up 3. Did a good job, picked up nearly half of the score. And now Mexico in crunch time. Winner to the semis, and the loser goes home with no chance for the podium. Blue this time, and they got 5, and they get the win. Mexico comes up big. Pressure was put on by Uruguay, and Mexico answered. They move on 8-7 the final. They're going to the semis as Argentina and Ghana will face off for a spot in the semifinals as well. It's Argentina to go first. And that is 8 for Argentina. Whoa, almost got that strike that we were talking about, very elusive. And nearly picked it up. Argentina putting on a show early, and all of a sudden, these teams are revving up the engines. Trying to put the hammer down on their opponents and try to lock their way into the next round. In this case, it would be the semifinals. That's going to be a miss for Argentina. Tried to go around to the left side and did, but could not make contact. So they finished with 8, and now it is Ghana, who had a pretty high number to go against in their first round. Pulled it off. Now they need to score 9 or 10 if they want to beat Argentina. They picked up 8, and then an empty run on their second. Down the blue, and 3 picked up for Ghana. So immediately they are thrown into the fire. They need 5 if they want to tie. They need 6 to get the win. Making their way down the course. Been pretty impressed with what we've seen from Ghana in this competition. Let's see if they've got anything else left in the bag here. Try to get it to the semifinals. Argentina watches on. Ghana goes down the green and or the blue, and they didn't make contact with anything. They missed the entire structure. And so Argentina moves on. They fill the 3rd semifinal spot, and now it's Colombia against Brazil. Colombia was the first team to get a spare. And we will see what they do here in this second round matchup with Brazil. Go down the green and missed it all. And if they want to get a spare, they're going to have to knock them all down. We've seen some high scores here in this quarterfinal round, but we've also seen some clean misses. Each of the last 2 teams have a clean miss, and now a 3rd team in a row, if you include Colombia, who missed everything on their first run. They will hope that they don't repeat history there. Down the blue this time, and they knock down 3. That'll be their score. 3 for Colombia. And now Brazil, who could finish it off before they even get to their second throw, if they can knock down 4 or more. Which is a very doable thing, I would say. Seen that happen a few times. Brazil choosing which way. They'll go down green or down blue, and they knock down none. They moved that bottom pin, as you see there, but it stayed on. And so they'll reset. And now Brazil, after an empty run, will have to have some work to do if they want to move on. That was a very uninspiring run for Brazil. Last 4 have all had an empty run. Last 4 teams, that is. And they knock down 4, and Brazil survives at the very end there to move on to the semifinals by a score of 4-3. Boy, that was close. They face Mexico, but first it's Chile against Argentina. Here is Chile. So they'll make their way down. And they'll go blue. And did not even make it to where the pins are. Got stuck in the corner and never even entered the pin area. That is a very disappointing run. That's 5 teams in a row that have had an empty set. And now Chile will have to see what they can get here. They're going to hope for something. So blue didn't work very well for them. Couldn't even get near the pins. Green is going to knock down only one. And Argentina has nearly had it handed to them as they will go for their first time. And you would hope if you're Argentina, you can finish this one out before you even have to take that second bowl. However, we've seen quite a few issues with these teams recently. 5 in a row have gone empty-handed on one of their turns, and each of the last 3 teams have all been unable to score on their first run. That changes right here. It's 7 for Argentina. They scored an 8 in their quarterfinal matchup, and they just sent a message. As they will have a victory run, they are on to the final, and Chile is relegated to a third-place matchup. So Argentina, who was a part of that issue with having empty hands, that was after they scored 8, though. That's not the problem here. They knocked down 2 more. It's a 9 for Argentina, and they win it 9-1. A statement heading to the finals for Argentina. And they just sent shivers down the spine of their potential opponents, Mexico and Brazil, who first have to deal with each other, and then the winner is given the pleasure of having to face the juggernaut that has been so far Argentina. Brazil goes first. Loser gets Chile. Winner gets a shot at the title against Argentina. Brazil will go green and knock down 4. Or 3, I should say. That's a good run. Almost knocked down that 4th, but it slid into another pin and held its stance upright. Now a chance to add on and make this a little more difficult. They'll go blue this time and knock down just 1 more. So 4 total is the score for Brazil, as their marble nearly left the arena with the high spin rate on that one. Knocking down 1 and setting up us up in a situation where Mexico, if they can knock down half of the pins over the next 2 turns, are going to move on to the finale. They'll go blue and got denied by the side of the course. They get nothing, and now they'll have to score 5 pins here on this throw if they want to beat Brazil outright. That was a devastating run for Mexico. First one wasn't too kind when they went blue. Let's see where they go this time. They'll go green, try it again, right down the middle, and they pick up 7 and advance to the finals. A clutch move by Mexico to win it. They face Argentina, but first we go to the third place matchup, and it's Chile against Brazil. Chile's out of the gates first, and they will make their way down. 2 tries here. As always, a disappointing semifinal matchup for Chile. They scored only 1 in the entirety. Oh, almost got entirely stuck. And a very good start. It's 6 for Chile. And you know they have to be thinking, where was that after their first run? That ended with just 1 pin down after 2 tries. Let's see if they can add on here. Go down the green and knock down 2 more. They'll score 8 total. Good run from Chile, and they have put the pressure on Brazil. And the Brazilians will have to come up with a very impressive run if they want to claim a third place finish and get on the podium. They'll go green and knock down 5 on their first run. That was pretty good. And they're in a spot where if you go blue, you can have a very good opportunity here if you're Brazil to come out and beat Chile, which was a good run for them. They did a good job of forcing a tough situation there. But if you can get this one to go down the blue slide, you've got a real opportunity. It does go down the blue, but they only knock down 1. They'll finish with a total of 6, but Chile gets 3rd place. And now all the eyes are going to turn to the starting gate. It is Argentina and Mexico, and the Argentines out first. They have scored 8 and 7 on a couple of their respective runs, just on their own, on one single bowl. They've combined for 15. And they just missed everything there. A clean miss, Argentina. Oh boy, that was a very big disappointment for the Argentines. And now, you got to get everything you can muster. Good thing is Argentina has shown that they can score high numbers in one turn, and they just did. They pick up 7. Argentina trying to bail themselves out after a very unimpressive run. There's the last one going down and helping out the cause. Now it is Mexico. Eight will win it. And you have 2 tries to do it. Not an easy task by any means. Down the blue they go first time. They pick up 3. And it'll come down to the final matchup. This one is for a championship, as Mexico makes their way down for the final time, encountering the half pipe. Here they are. Blue or green. Mexico with green in their flag colors, green on their marbles. Is that where they go to try to win the championship? The answer is no. They go blue, and they did not make contact at first. They just tapped a pin at the very end, and that's the way it ends. Argentina with a big run on their final throw. They earn the title. 3rd place to Chile. 2nd place to Mexico. But Argentina gets the win. They take home the trophy and win the bowling title. So congratulations to Argentina, Mexico, and Chile on placing on the podium. But the championship this time goes to Argentina. Until next time, I'm Ricochet, and thanks for watching MSPN's coverage of Marble Fubeca. Fubeca's Asian Tournament rolls on as we begin event number 2 of the Asian Tournament. I'm Rick O'Shea here for MSPN's coverage of Marble Fubeca. Today we have our billiards contest, which will be a very exciting, another collision sport, which Marble Fubeca has become known for. You see the billiards table right there. And here for event number 2, the goal is to have the most marbles remaining on the billiards table, kind of the opposite of the traditional game, in which the goal is to knock the balls into the pocket. The goal instead is to knock your opponents into the pocket and to stay on the table. You'll have 3 marbles from each side, as you see the team statistics so far this year. 3 marbles from each side representing their countries, and they will do battle on the billiards table, and whichever country comes up with the most marbles still on the table at the end of that run will advance, as we will finish out the field of the 8 teams that will remain in the Asian tournament through the 2 events. We have our first event that determined half of the field for the quarterfinalists, and the other half will be determined right here. Here are the teams that have already survived and moved on to the quarterfinals. There are 4 of them. They are Georgia, China, India, and a bit of an upset in the top right quadrant, it's Brunei. And here are the countries that are competing today. Japan will take on Uzbekistan, and Bangladesh against the Korean Republic. And then in the top left quadrant, it is Pakistan against Myanmar, and Kyrgyzstan will take on Nepal. And so we'll have 4 more competitors advance to the second round of competition here for the Asian tournament. And we will go from there. Again, the top 4 are going to advance to our World Tournament, which will feature 5 different continents. First up is Uzbekistan against Japan. Japan will go from the right side, Uzbekistan from the left. They've got a little bit of green in them, and they win 2-1. Japan's going to take this one, as they're able to get 2 of their marbles to stay on. There was 1 and 2 that both fell in. They almost had a clean sweep there, as one of the Japanese marbles actually fell into one of the pockets and stopped Uzbekistan from potentially having all 3 of their marbles unable to finish on the board. So Japan is through, and now Bangladesh against the Korean Republic. Korea on the left in mostly clear marbling, and it is a mint green for Bangladesh. Wow, nice run here, and Korea is going to have all 3 of their marbles stay on. Only 1 fell through the entire round. It's Bangladesh, and they are eliminated. Look at the replay here. Wow, look at that one. In and out for Korea. And there was the one that fell in on the bottom left, or bottom right, rather, for Bangladesh, as they are eliminated. Very impressive run, and a good job of avoiding some trouble there for the Korean Republic as they move on. Pakistan against Myanmar now. Pakistan will go from the right with mostly green, some yellow, and like a little bit of red there for Myanmar. They are down first. Oh, that's not good at all. Myanmar had all 3 shoot straight through, and Pakistan is going to have a clean sweep. 3-0. Look at this. 1, 2, and one of Myanmar's marbles didn't even make it onto the board. It fell out off of the billiard table. That was a dominant performance there by Pakistan, helped out by the fact that it took them so long to get down the course. And so Myanmar with an unfortunate end to their tournament. And now it will be Nepal on the left in the black and red, and Kyrgyzstan in the red and yellow. They come down similar times, and Kyrgyzstan is in trouble. They're going to drop 1 and lose this matchup. Nepal, again, another country able to remain with all of their marbles on the billiard table. And right there it is, the one that falls for Kyrgyzstan and eliminates them from competition. So we've got our 8 competitors now, as Nepal joins Pakistan, the Korean Republic, and Japan on the left side of the bracket as they move on to the second round, eliminating their competitors. We've got a lot of big names, not too many small names here surviving the first round from this Asian tournament. Japan will take on Korea, Pakistan against Nepal in the second round. On the other side, it would be Georgia against China, and India against Brunei. So some small countries like Brunei, Nepal, Pakistan don't typically be featured from Marble Fubeca, but then we've got some big countries as well. And we will have event number 3 coming up. That will determine our 4 competitors from the Asian tournament in the World Tournament, and will also crown our champion for the Asian tournament. So until next time, I'm Ricochet, and you've been watching MSPN's coverage of Marble Fubeca. and welcome to MSPN's coverage of Marble Fubeca. We're here for a brand new multi-video tournament. Glad to have you here for our first of 3 videos. This is Marble Golf as we'll begin our 16-team tournament with this very interesting new aspect and a very different event here for our first event of the 3 videos. We'll have today's video, which will begin. The left side of our bracket will be completed, and then our second video will continue on, and we'll go to our third and final video, which will be the finale. As you see, the Marble Golf Course, and now on the screen, the 2019 team statistics. You've got 8 different countries with 2 championships, and a ton of countries that have won themselves at least one tournament here in 2019. So those are the teams that have won this year, and now we'll have a look at the teams that are competing today. And they are Mexico, Italy, India, and Argentina. And then the United States will take on Uruguay, and England against the Philippines. That's who we're going to see today. And then the right side of the bracket, which will not compete today, is Pakistan and Portugal, Russia and Colombia, and then Brazil and the Korean Republic, Spain and Chile, which again, those 8 teams that are on the right side of the bracket will not compete in the Marble Golf today. First matchup of the day, though, is Mexico against Italy. Unlike normal golf, where the goal is to have the lowest score, you want to have the highest score here. 5 marbles are going to go from each country, and we will see who can come up with the most points. That's the goal. Italy in the blue, Mexico in the green. And they make their way towards the course. A few spots in the 5s, and one is going to stop just short for Italy of the 8, but they're going to pick up a 15, and they're going to have enough to win that last 5 that made its way in. As you see the replay, Mexico had more of their marbles land in the holes, but they all landed in the lower 5 hole, which only gives them a total of 15 points. So Italy gets a 15 and a 5 to get the 20-15 win. They'll move on. Now it's England against the Philippines. Very interesting, unique style for this course. Philippines closer to you on the screen, and then England with less blue, more yellow involved. Everybody missed except for one. England gets 1 to land in the 5, and they're going to win this one by a final of 5-0. Oh, look at that. 8 came in and out a couple of times. That would have been add-on points for England, and then watch this. Everybody missed, somehow finding their way. Oh, wow, look at those 3 in a row nearly went in the 8 hole for the Philippines. Instead, they don't score at all, and England is moving on. Our third matchup is India against Argentina. India on the lower portion of the screen. There's an 8 for Argentina, a 5 for India, and that'll be all. Oh, actually, Argentina scored a 3 as well. So they get the 8 and the 3 for a total of 11. Didn't even see them all the way up at the top of the screen. They were able to score that 3 and add on some points there to get that win 11-5. They take out India, and the final matchup for today is Uruguay against the United States. The U.S. is going to have great viewing for what they hope is a win, an advancement in this tournament. They're in the silver. The blue is Uruguay. Last time today, here they go. Uruguay's got 5. Uruguay's got 8. The United States only picked up 3, and Uruguay wins it by a final of 13-3. You'll watch at the top of the right side of your screen. There's the 3 for the U.S. Uruguay picked up 5 on the way in, and they added right there, actually with a little bit of help from a U.S. marble, they added those 8 points to finish out that win. So Uruguay gets the win, and the quarterfinals of this tournament are set on the left side, as you get to see next video's course. Event number 2 will feature a huge course, absolutely gigantic, in which we will see the marbles travel one just on top of the other, where or they will not make contact with each other. And we'll have the opportunity in time trials, which we saw provide some very interesting racing and very tight competition. We'll see if that continues in our second video, in which we'll tackle the right side of the bracket. But until then, I'm Ricochet, and this has been MSPN's coverage of Marble Fubeca. Marble Fubeca continues to push the boundaries of marble sports, and today they have brought us to the first edition of Mar Baseball. Hello again, friends. I'm Keanu Bittersig, glad to have you here for a very interesting event, something unlike anything we've ever done before. You see the classic course for our marbles, but now you see the Mar Baseball field as they'll drop into that field and try to score some runs, as you see our very large viewing group. Social distancing not necessarily in effect here, but everybody's safe, healthy, and glad to be here for a unique event, unlike anything we've ever seen before here on Marble Fubeca. See spectators all throughout the grandstands of this field, the great Mar Baseball Stadium. Tournament, as always, is going to be a 16-team field, all representing their countries, similar to the way the NBA does their playoffs. Uruguay and Argentina will face off, England and India. As well on the left side of the bracket, that top left quadrant will be Portugal against Italy and the United States against Germany. As you flip over to the right side, it is Russia and France. The Netherlands against one of the powerhouse countries, Mexico. China takes on Chile. And Brazil against Canada. Those are the 16 teams. And we have never seen this before, but the first two teams that'll take a crack at it will be Uruguay and Argentina. Uruguay is the blue, the more white and light blue marbles is Argentina as they make their way through this course. Let's see who's the first one down. And it looks like it's going to be Argentina, and they get a quick score. And now everything trying to settle out. Let's see if anybody can get anything else. Those are a couple of the Uruguay marbles trying to get a last-ditch effort. They cannot, and it's a 1-0 shutout. So we have a look at the replay here. Almost a point there, but a rebound and going through the right field fence for Argentina to score the only point. The rest of the marbles unable to get through as they swing through where that fidget spinner is. If you end up down there, you're out. And so Argentina eliminates Uruguay by a score of 1-0 as Brazil and Canada will face off. You saw there, one of the Argentinian marbles made their way through the center field marking, but they didn't stay. That's what matters. You have to actually get through there. First down is Canada. Now Canada gets another one, and a third. They scored the first run. One for Canada. There's a second for Canada. Brazil puts one through. 3 for Canada now. And they're going to win this one because only one marble left, and now falling for Brazil. Canada knocks out Brazil early in this one with a 3-1 win, as they put up some big points there. Here's the first score. That marble goes flying through the air. This is a very interesting dynamic that you're going through. You want to know, obviously, you want to get through there when you are kind of by yourself. Give yourself the most open opportunities. You see down the right field line, there's a point. That was the first of 3 for Canada as Brazil scores there. But Canada puts in 3, Brazil gets just 1. They're knocked out early, and Canada is into the quarterfinals as the United States and Germany face off. Germany with the black marbles, the USA with the blue and white. And let's see who gets through first. They're all really right in a line there, and the first one down will be the United States. They don't get any through. Still no scoring to this point. Germany puts one in. Here's one for the USA. They are tied at 1 apiece. Germany has an extra chance. Do they put anything with it? The answer is yes. They knock one through at the last moment, and Germany knocks out the United States with a last-minute score. As that one stayed tight throughout. Germany put up the first one right there. Just made its way through. U.S. knocked one to the right field line. And then that final marble ends up putting in the final point, and it's the game-winning point for Germany. One bouncing all around, nearly came off the course. Just sneaks through the right side for a 2-1 win for Germany to advance to the next round. As Russia and France will face off. Russia's got the more maroon-looking marbles, that bright blue for France. Should be easy to tell those apart. France has the first two coming through the line. Let's see if that plays out. Who's first? There is 1 point for France early. France, almost put another one in, not to be, but France has the only marbles left, and that will be a 1-0 win. As Russia never really threatened to put points on the board there. Have a look at the replay. Just stayed in for France. That one nearly bounced back like we saw from the first round with Uruguay and Argentina. England and India now. So these aren't as easy to tell apart. It's India in the lead with the first two marbles. England has a little bit more of a tan coloring to it. No scoring yet. Still no scoring. Here comes one for India. Oh, another one just barely missed going through. That's another Indian marble, though, so it wouldn't matter. And at the end of the day, 1 point for India is enough for a 1-0 shutout win. A lot of close calls. There's the one that counts. And India moves on. They'll take on Argentina in the next round as Chile and China face off. Chile in the yellow, blue, white, and red against the red marble of China that has the first three in order. And wow, yeah, the first three in order and four. And the first one's there. Still no scoring to this point. There's one for China. Does Chile have an answer? The answer to that is going to be no, as it goes through a swing and a miss there at the end. And another 1-0 win in favor of China this time. Chile had a last chance effort but could not put it through. Just missing the Chilean ball. Able to knock that one through the left field opening and move China to the next round where they will take on Canada. And now Portugal against Italy. Portugal with the green, Italy in blue. Four of the first five are Italian. And 1 point early for Italy. Another point for Italy. Portugal needs to pick it up and in a hurry. And they only have one marble left. They will... Will they score? The answer is going to be no. There it is, finally. And it's a 2-0 win for Italy. That one looked pretty dominant. Never a doubt in mind there as a quick score on the first one. You really, as I can tell through this first round, you want to be the first marble down. It gives you the best opportunity to put up points early if you can accurately connect. There was the second score for Italy that gave them a 2-0 win. They take on Germany. Knocked out the United States at the very end, and the Netherlands takes on Mexico now. Mexico with the mint blue. Or, excuse me, mint green, and the orange and blue for the Netherlands. No scoring yet. There is two for the Netherlands, one for Mexico, a third for the Netherlands, and they're going to take this one 3-1. As the Netherlands scored two and very quickly made it really difficult for there to be an opportunity there. You can see there was the score, the third one for the Netherlands, as they took care of business pretty easily there to win the final matchup of this first round, which means they get France. And we move on to the quarterfinals. Argentina against India. Argentina with the blue. Make their way through this course. No scoring yet. Still no scoring. Still a lot of marbles that haven't come down to the course yet. There's a score. It belongs to Argentina. Argentina has the final marble, so it doesn't matter. It's a 1-0 win for Argentina. for a second consecutive round. They put up just 2 through the first 2 rounds, but they are on to the semifinals, playing great defense. Good pitching from the Argentinian crew. There's the score that made the difference down the left field line. Gets it done, then they are 1 step closer to the finals. China and Canada here. Canada with the all-white, classic look there. They spread out pretty evenly here as they try to make their way down to the field first. Who comes through first? The answer is going to be one of the Chinese marbles. They're going to get the first 2. Now here comes Canada. Nobody scored yet. China is close. There's Canada down the left field line. They're going to score their first, and it's going to be the only one they need for a 1-0 shutout win. As the defense continues to take priority here. There was the score that gets it done. Just flips it down the left field line there. And Canada punches the second ticket into the Final Four. Germany and Italy face off now. Contrasting colors there, the bright blue of the Italians. They've got the first marble by a pretty good stretch at this point. Does that pay off? And the first one down in. They're the first one out. No scoring yet. Still no scores. We've not seen a shutout. We will not see a shutout. Germany scores, and another chance at the end. Let's see, does Italy have anything? The answer is no. And Germany pulls off a 1-0 win as Italy had the final 2 marbles and a good opportunity to put something together but could not get it done. And so they are in. They will face Argentina in the semifinal. And Canada gets the winner of France and the Netherlands. France in the blue, the Netherlands with mostly a red-orange color on their marble. They've got the first marble leading the pack down this course and into the funnel. Out first, though, I think was one of the French. Maybe the Netherlands score. They had 3 scores their first time. They're going to score 1, and it's another 1-0 win. As the defense continues to be dominant here in the first edition of Mar Baseball. Hard to score, clearly, as the Netherlands takes out France, despite not having the first marble down onto the field. And we reach our Final Four. Germany and Argentina will face off. Argentina has scored 2 points in 2 rounds, but they've won them both 1-0. Germany knocked out the U.S., and they won 1-0 in the quarterfinals. Comes down first. Everybody's circling around. No score so far. There's a point for Germany. Argentina in trouble. Oh, they're close to a point. They don't score it. Germany has the final ball. They'll let it fall. It's a 2-0 win. As Germany steals a couple of points and again advances, and the run of luck runs out finally for Argentina. They score just 2 points, but they'll finish with a top 4 finish. There was the first score on the left side, followed right up with a pretty solid hit there to give Germany a 2-0 win. And they have their spot in the final. They'll take on either Canada or the Netherlands. 2 countries that have some baseball prowess. The Netherlands more than you'd think for an American game. Obviously Canada just to the northern border of the United States, but the USA knocked out early. And there's a point for Canada. The Netherlands had a strong going early, but they are in a little bit of trouble here. They have a ball that didn't make it through, which means they're in a whole lot of trouble. Canada scores again, and the Netherlands have a ball that never came down. It got stuck in the funnel. It didn't matter anyway. They lose by 2. I don't know how that happens, but that is a really, really disastrous finish for the Netherlands, and it locks Canada into the final round and a chance at a championship. The first ever Mar Baseball tournament. An opportunity that we may see the Canadians as the top team. Another look at the replay, and it was not a strong effort by any stretch for the Netherlands, who looked pretty good in the first couple of rounds. Now Germany against Canada for the finale, but first we'll go for 3rd place. It's Argentina and the Netherlands. Argentina has scored just 2 points in 3 tries, but somehow they may finish with a 3rd place finish. Meanwhile, the Netherlands scored 3 in their opening round matchup. Oh, they had a ball that may have just lost its place on the course. No scoring yet. Argentina trying to get a score. There's one more ball for the Netherlands. Do we get it, or do we get a tie at 0-0? Oh, I'm sorry, Argentina scored a point out of nowhere. Totally missed it. And I'm right, there was, in fact, one of the Netherlands failing to make it on the course, just completely fell off, and a fall from grace there for the Netherlands, who looked so strong in the first 2 rounds, to struggle so badly. Watch right here, just completely thrown off the course. And so 3rd place for Argentina. And now it is the finale between Germany and Canada. Black versus white. Germany has the first ball through this course. For the final time, they make their way down. Oh, it was a little bit of a pass there for Canada. And no scoring. It went through but could not stick. There's one for Canada. There's one for Germany. Another for Canada. Germany has one more ball. Oh, they're close. They couldn't get it. 2 more left. Here's the final ball. Germany, it's going to go through. And it's a 2-1 win for Canada and a championship for the Canadians. An action-packed finale. And for the Canadians watching from high above left field, a chance to celebrate. They are the first ever champions of Mar Baseball, and they do it with an excellent finale. Let's have a look at the replay. When scoreless at the beginning, off the left field wall and through for the first point. Canada had taken the lead. Germany evened it up. A shot to the opposite field there on the right side, and then Canada scoring the final point. You saw they just went with an onslaught of balls, really upping their opportunity to score, and they just snuck it through the right field side, as Germany unable to put up anything at the end. Congratulations, though. Argentina 3rd place with only 3 goals scored for the entire tournament. Germany takes 2nd, but they all aspire today to beat Canada as they get the win in the first ever Mar Baseball tournament. You can see there they will have that posing with the entire team and their flag represented on the marble, along with the Mar Baseball Championship trophy. Congratulations to them. Congratulations to all of the competitors. They can say that they were a part of the first ever Mar Baseball tournament here on Marble Fubeca. And what was certainly a fascinating, different type of sport, but certainly a lot of fun, and I'm sure the competitors had a great time. And so hopefully we'll see more of that in the future. Until next time, though, I'm Keanu Bitterzicki, and you've been watching Marble Fubeca. Some of the most entertaining and intense marble racing comes from half pipes, the ability to bump and run, the ability to change places at a moment's notice. The same could be said for funnels, and in today's race, we get both of those, combined one after another, as we welcome you to our funnel and half pipe race. Glad to have you here, friends. I'm Rick O'Shea, back with you for MSPN's coverage of Marble Fubeca as we show you the team statistics here for 2019. Again, a lot of teams with 2 competitions won, as we look at who's going to have a chance to win today. Ghana will take on Brazil, and then Costa Rica and Colombia in the bottom left quadrant of our tournament, and then Cameroon against Mexico and Japan against England. That's the left side. The right side consists of Chile, Argentina, and then Portugal against Russia. Indonesia will take on Spain in round 1, and then the United States, who will take on Paraguay. First matchup, though, as always, will go from the bottom left, and that's Ghana against Brazil. And it looks like it's Brazil with the early lead. And that is the case. And now Ghana goes one way, Brazil goes the other. They're both in the second half pipe. You've got to get through 3 half pipes here before you get down to 2 final funnels, and then a decision on which way you're going to fall before you have the opportunity to make your way to the finish line. Lead belongs to Ghana, and they've got a pretty significant lead. They're into their first funnel, and Brazil is still in the half pipes. Ghana is down to the final funnel, and Brazil is on the verge of being upset in a big way early on. Circling around that final funnel. Here comes Brazil. Can they do the bump and run? You bet they can. They're going to pass them at the last moment and get the win. What a move by Brazil, and a back-breaking and heartbreaking loss for Ghana, as they led almost the entire way there. After they got to the half pipes, they led for most of that race, but they cannot come up with the win. As Paraguay takes on the United States now. And in our last video, the U.S. was in the red, white, and blue marble. This time they're back to their silver metallic look, and they are very close. They get through the half pipes very quickly. Now they're down to the funnels. Let's see who gets through the first funnel first. It's the United States. What about Paraguay? Not going to matter what they do. The U.S. is going to win this one pretty easily by over 3 seconds. A very quick matchup there. Only took them 20 seconds to get through that course right there. As we'll go back to the left side, and it's Japan against England. Japan with the white and blue, and it's white and red for England. Making their way to the half pipes, and another bump and run. You see a lot of that with the half pipes. They are both on the third half pipe now, and we'll see what they can do. Who gets down first? The answer is Japan. They're going to get to the funnel first. They're going to get through the first funnel. Now they're down to their last funnel, and England's going to have to make a quick run. It's not going to happen. Japan's going to get the win, as they led the entire way for the funnels at least, and were able to get that one by over 6 seconds. Impressive run there for Japan as they move on to the next round, and they'll be greeted potentially with Mexico. Now Argentina against Chile. Argentina, as always, light blue and some black involved there. And Chile is really, really going slow. Let's see if they can make that comeback. You bet they can. They're right back in there, and they're going to make a lot more contact. They're down to the third half pipe. Out first, though, still is Argentina. And again, Chile starting to struggle. You can't afford those long time lapses, as there goes Argentina, and they're going to get the win. Still in the half pipe when they crossed the finish line was Chile, as they'll try to quickly get through these 2 funnels and try to put themselves out of their misery, as they will go home after just 1 round, and they finish just under 15 seconds behind as Argentina advances to the next round. And now Costa Rica against Colombia. Costa Rica in the blue and dark red. Yellow, blue, and red for Colombia. Colombia really moving slowly on that first half pipe. Now they're both into the second, though, and so it becomes anybody's game. We'll see who gets down first. It's going to be Colombia. They make the pass there on Costa Rica, and now they're into the funnel. Costa Rica in their third half pipe. You got to move quickly through that, though, because these funnels have proved that they're pretty easy to get through. And that is going to be the case. Colombia is going to get the win, 32:09. Just under 2 seconds later, Costa Rica finishes. And so So now Spain will take on, again, one of the fan favorites, Indonesia, and Indonesia gets out first. Indonesia typically with a clear, or not a clear, but a rather solid white look, but they are clear today with some red involved. They've got the lead. Oh, there goes Spain making a pass. Indonesia going to need to get through that first funnel. Can they make a pass? Yes, they can. They pass back Spain in the final funnel, and they'll get the win and eliminate the Spaniards. By just under 5 seconds, 22:04 gets it done for Indonesia, and they will take on the U.S. in round number 2. And now Cameroon against Mexico. This is a big favorite here in Mexico. They are one of the preeminent stars of these tournaments for our countries in what are always 16-team fields, but Cameroon's got the lead. In the, looks like dark blue. They're in their third half pipe, as is Mexico now. Mexico's going to get down first, just ahead of them. Cameroon, though, makes quick work of both of the funnels, and they're going to take the win, 21 seconds flat, and that's enough to do it. They upset Mexico in round 1. Mexico still put up a pretty respectable time of 26:05, but over 5 seconds after it was finished up. That's an impressive run right there. As we get Portugal against Russia now. And Russia with an early lead. And now Portugal makes one move. Let's see if they can get through that funnel. Russia's slowing it down. They're in some trouble, and Portugal's going to get the win. You just can't afford to take as much time as, even with, well, you see what Russia's doing here on this one. They're going to, wow, very slowly through that last one. They finish over 9 seconds later. You cannot take that long in the funnels if you want to have any chance of surviving. That's just not going to happen. Here's Brazil. And they will take on Colombia here as we begin round number 2. Brazil gets out first. That come from behind win. In round 1, taking out Ghana. Colombia very slowly moving. Both, though, in half pipe number 2. Now down to the third half pipe goes Colombia. They are in a slight advantage. Here is Brazil going back and forth very violently. Let's see if they get out first. Colombia really slowing it down, but they will get to the funnel first. But Brazil gets through the first funnel. Now they get through the second, and they're going to get to the finish line first. 26-22. That's good enough for the win. And Colombia had no chance. Just a matter of just a couple of seconds as Brazil got very quickly through the funnels, and so they are into the semifinals. And now the other side of the bracket will have one of their semifinalists determined. It's the United States against Indonesia. Fan favorite against heavy favorite. Feel like the United States is a fan favorite as well. A lot of Americans watching. Pretty dead even right now. Let's see who gets to that third half pipe first. Oh, slowing it down significantly. It's going to be Indonesia. Now the United States in half pipe number 3. The advantage really does, if you can get out of this and have a chance to be in the funnel by yourself for just a moment, like it's about to happen for Indonesia, you've got a huge advantage. Indonesia is through their first. They're all the way down to the second. They're circling. Indonesia is going to take out the U.S. That was an incredibly slow round. 41-15 isn't going to beat many, but it will take out the United States here in round 2. Nearly 12 seconds later, the U.S. finishes. Not a very good run for the United States. As they are eliminated, Indonesia moves into the semifinals. And now Cameroon against Japan. Japan's got the early lead. Cameroon trying to see how long they can make this magic run last. Like some jockeying for position there. They're both in the second half pipe now. Both in the same half pipe, and Japan comes out in front. They're in the second funnel. Cameroon's time is running short, and the magic is about to run out. There it goes. Japan gets the win by less than a second. Good comeback attempt by Cameroon, but they fell a little bit too far behind in that first funnel, and so Japan is into the semifinals. And now our last quarterfinal matchup is Portugal against Argentina. And Argentina gets out first, making their way down. And now through the easier portions of this course down to the half pipes. Argentina quickly to their third half pipe. Here comes Portugal. And Argentina to the funnel. Argentina through the first funnel. Portugal is still in one of the half pipes. And Argentina is circling the final funnel. They're going to get this win easily. 29-10, and just now making it to the funnel well after it's over is Portugal. And they will finish almost undoubtedly double digits in seconds behind, and that will be the case as they finish around in a final time of 43-16, 14 seconds plus after Argentina. So the semifinals are set. First matchup is Brazil against Japan. And Brazil comes out first. Indonesia will take on Argentina in our second semifinal matchup. Brazil's got a sizable lead, but here comes Japan. They're going to take the advantage. Japan down to half pipe number 3, and are through the first funnel. They're trying to finish off Brazil easily. Let's see if they can do it. Brazil making their way down to the funnel. Is it too little too late? We like to say that here on Marble Fubeca, and it will be too little too late. Japan gets the win. May have been helped by Brazil. It looked like Brazil may have actually made contact with Japan and knocked them down through the funnel. If so, that's going to be a very disappointing loss and a relegation to the third place matchup for Brazil. Now Argentina against Indonesia. Either way, this championship matchup is going to face some very similarly colored marbles with Japan in there. Right now the lead belongs to Indonesia, and Argentina's going to pass them up. They take the advantage. Now they're even back up again, and they go opposite ways, almost even with each other still. Indonesia gets to the funnel first. Indonesia gets through the first funnel. They're in the second funnel. Let's see what Argentina can do. They're through the funnel, and they pass them, and they stop on the course. They make contact, and Argentina gets the win. Oh, an impossible spot for Indonesia to be in. Argentina made it through the funnel. They died at the bottom of the funnel, which meant as soon as Indonesia made contact, there was no choice but to have contact there with Argentina, and they just could not get the speed. That's a backbreaker right there. And now Indonesia will take on Brazil, and this is for third place. Pretty even right now. Oh, there's a lot of contact being made as they both make their way to the funnel. And Indonesia passes them up. Brazil is now down to the final funnel. Who gets through first? It's going to be Indonesia, and they stopped. They stopped, and now they're able to get themselves back going, and they're going to take third place. Back-to-back times. It's the first time we've seen it in this entire tournament, and it just happened on consecutive runs that the leading marble has gotten stuck at the bottom as we now make our way to the championship. Hopefully we don't see that here. That makes it a lot harder as we get Argentina against Japan. As we've seen in some previous finals, it is going to be 3 marbles going for each team, and so whichever team is able to finish all 3 marbles first is going to get the championship win. The more blue-looking marbles is Japan, and the marbles with more black on them is Argentina, as they both have light blue prominently featured. And they both have, it looks like, 1 more to go. Right now, Japan is in the lead as they just passed them up. Argentina still has 2 more to go. Japan only has 1 left. Now they're both down to 1. Japan down to the final funnel. Here comes Argentina. Contact! And Japan, or rather Argentina, is going to get the win. Contact was made. Japan was in the funnel. Argentina made contact with them as Japan made their way into the funnel, and it allowed them to propel themselves down through the funnel and through the rest of the course to get the win. Congratulations to Japan and Argentina, as Argentina gets the win. Japan with a hard-fought second-place finish. Indonesia gets third, but Argentina gets the championship as they add another one to their standings for the year. And so congratulations to them. We promised as though there was going to be hopefully some exciting action with the half pipes and all the action they can bring, and then combine that with some very exciting racing that we have seen in the past from our funnels. And so we put them together, and it looked like we got a pretty entertaining race. At least we hope that's the case. And so until next time, I'm Ricochet, and thanks for watching MSPN's coverage of Marble Fubeca. Hello friends and welcome to a brand new tournament here on MSPN's coverage of Marble Fubeca. This is our Asian tournament, which is the beginning of a larger tournament which will involve 4 continents, which will all come together in the finale. Advancing in the tournament here today will be 8 of our teams. I'm Brooke O'Shea. Glad to have you with us for event number 1 of the Asian tournament. We have 16 teams as always in these tournaments. We will narrow that down in half to 8. As you see the team statistics for 2019, a lot of the countries that are here today will not be featured on that stat sheet on the left side of the screen, as we have a lot of our less well-known countries and some of the countries that have not made very many appearances here on Marble Fubeca. We're glad to have them here. There's one of them, Kazakhstan. Afghanistan is here. Of course, you've got some of the more well-known countries, the Korean Republic and India, China are all here. And we'll get a look now closer at our competitors today. Japan and Uzbekistan will face off, as will Bangladesh and the Korean Republic in the bottom left corner of the tournament. Then we have Pakistan and Myanmar, and then Kyrgyzstan and Nepal. Israel will take on Georgia, and then China against Bhutan. India and Kazakhstan, and Brunei against Afghanistan. So some of the smaller countries will have their opportunity to make it big here. We'll start with Georgia against Israel. And our tournament today is similar to the Plinko style video that we did a little while ago, as these marbles will race down the funnels and attempt to score the most amount of points possible. Israel with the blue, and Georgia has the dark red. There's a 6 for Israel, as they're the first down. Georgia follows with a 6. A couple of 2s for both sides. There's a 6 for Georgia, a 6 for Israel, a 5 for Georgia. And after one turn, 16-15. Georgia in the lead. And that difference was the 1 for Israel that had fallen in a 2. Then we would have had a tie, but instead, Georgia will move on. So they are through, and now China against Bhutan. Very little room for error here. China in the red, Bhutan is in the yellow. Bhutan down first. They've got both of their 3 marbles went down first for Bhutan before China had 1 drop. First down and through, though, is going to be China. They score 6. Bhutan has 1. There's a 1 for China. They lead at 7-1. Bhutan going to have to do something. There's a 3. They're within 3 now. This could be dangerous. China scores 8. They're up by 11. Bhutan in some serious trouble. They're not going to get it done. 15-7, and you can add 6 more. A trouncing by a final of 21-7, and the 8 for China put them out of reach as the Chinese advance. Bhutan will have a short-lived appearance here in this Asian tournament. They are done after 1 competition. And it will be China against Georgia in the quarterfinal of the Asian tournament. The top 4 qualifiers, so those who would make the semifinals of the Asian tournament itself, will advance to take on the top 4 of the other 3 continents. North America, South America, and Europe will have tournaments as well. Kazakhstan will take on India now. Kazakhstan in the blue, India in the white. And we'll see who comes out first. India has a couple on this lowest funnel. That could be big. 5 for Kazakhstan. They go down first. 5, and now a 3 for Kazakhstan, a 5 for India. Another 5 for India. They've got the lead. Kazakhstan retakes the lead at 13-10. 2 for Kazakhstan. India's got the lead, and they've got the final marble. They're going to get the win, and that'll be by a final of 22-15. Couple of 6s there for India. That ends up doing it, as they will move on and take out Kazakhstan. And now Afghanistan against Brunei. Or Brunei, depending on how you want to pronounce it, but here on Marble Fubeca, we're going to pronounce it Brunei. They're in the yellow, and Afghanistan in the black.
Afghanistan has their first 2 marbles down first, but Brunei comes back, and they have the first down to the final funnel. First to finish really doesn't matter, but you can set a tone if you're the first one to finish, and the first to finish will be Afghanistan. They score 5. That's a 7 for Brunei, another 5 for Afghanistan, now a 2, a 5 for Brunei. We're tied at 12. Afghanistan only has 1 more marble. Now they're down by 6. This is a big run. Brunei might pull off an upset, and they will by a final of 24-14. An impressive run. Best run of the day so far belongs to Brunei, as they take out Afghanistan, and did it rather convincingly by 10 points, nearly doubled them up. Brunei will take on India. That half of the bracket is down to 4. And we will have to wait for the other half. So we've got 4 of our 8 teams that will advance to the quarterfinals. We hope you stay tuned for event number 2, our second part of the Asian tournament. But until then, I am Ricochet, and thanks for watching MSPN's coverage of Marble Fubeca.
It is the ultimate test of teamwork, of communication, and of skill. Welcome to the relay race. Hello friends, I am Ricochet here for MSPN's coverage of Marble Fubeca. As you see, our large relay race course. Once again, a 16-team field as always for these tournaments, representing their countries and representing each other. This is a very difficult course to manage. It is a very difficult style to manage, as it's not just you, but it's your entire team that is representing your country and depending on each other. As you see, some of our onlookers and some of our competitors for this relay race. Should be a fun one. There's Brazil and China. Belgium is being represented here today. Of course, there is England. The United States will, as always, be here. It is a very large and daunting course. And it should be a very interesting and very passionate, I think, matchup. There are the teams Sweden, Italy, Mexico, and Canada in the bottom left quadrant. Top left consists of Peru, England, Brazil, and Germany. On the right side, you have China, Belgium, Russia, and the United States. That's a powerhouse quadrant there. And then it's Portugal, Cameroon, the Netherlands, and Iceland. Very nice to see Iceland here with us. First matchup, though, is Italy and Sweden. And this is a timed race. Italy in the dark blue, light blue is, Sweden in the dark blue, and Italy is the light blue. Here they go. Winding their way around. They're going to come down towards the funnels. It's a very quick race. Let's see if we can get through that first funnel first. The answer is going to be undetermined. Yep, there it is. Sweden through first. They're through 1. There goes Italy. They're through their first. Sweden down to their final funnel. Here comes Italy. Is it going to be too little too late? It's going to come down to the final funnel. Who gets through it first? The answer is going to be Sweden, maybe. Here they come. Circling. There's Italy. Too little too late. Sweden finishes at a time of 40 seconds to 41.13. And Sweden moving on. And now it's Iceland against the Netherlands. You can see there, it's a very quick matchup for these opponents. Iceland in the dark blue, and the Netherlands with an early lead. Iceland got off to a slow start there. The Netherlands trying to take advantage as they come down towards their first funnel. A little bit of a lead there for the Netherlands over Iceland. Looks like the Netherlands have maybe orange. Hard to tell with the lighting on the funnels there. It makes everything look a little bit orange, at least. Both are in their second funnel. It may come down to the final funnel here. Netherlands are through to the final funnel first, and they made it right through very quickly. 28.15. And it's a dominant win for the Netherlands. They got a very quick transition from funnel 2 through funnel number 3 and down to the end. They win it by nearly 12 seconds. And by the way, Iceland finished at a time of 40.03. That would be good enough for a dead tie with the first matchup's winner, Sweden. So they still put up a respectable time, but Iceland is going home and the Netherlands are moving on. Germany takes on Brazil. That was not a close one, which is what we've seen a lot from the Netherlands. A lot of close matchups. Here's Germany against Brazil, and down first, very tight. Germany in the black, and yellow is Brazil. They are nearly in a dead heat as they come to that first funnel. We'll see who gets through first. That may be the determining factor. Who can get through that first funnel first? The answer is Brazil. Down to the second funnel. Who gets out of that one first? The answer is still Brazil. They're into their final funnel. Still in the second funnel is Germany. They are running out of time. Here comes Brazil. At the end, it's Brazil with a time of 33.21. They win it. Ahead of Germany, who had trouble in that second funnel and is going to go down with a time of 39.24. Again, a respectable time. They beat three of those. They beat 3 marbles there. 3 teams unable to score what Germany did, but unfortunately for them, their opponent, Brazil, finishes first. Here is China against Belgium. China is red and black, and they are in last right now, trailing to Belgium. Artistic look on the Belgian marble, but speed is the key here. They are pretty tight with each other. Belgium's all over the place, but they get through that second funnel first. Down to their final funnel. Here they come. Here comes China. At the end, it's Belgium to win it with a time of 28.22. And China comes across at 33.21. Just under 5 seconds later, Belgium moves on. Here is Canada against Mexico. Canada in the dark red. Mexico in the green. Seem pretty tight with each other, and it's almost dead even. Looked like a little bit of a lead for Canada. Let's see who gets down to the funnel first, and the answer is going to be Mexico. They make up a lot of time there. Relatively speaking, of course, it's all very tight in terms of actual time, and look at Canada. They may have come to the funnel second, but they are all the way down to the final funnel. What a move by the Canadians! They are down to their final funnel. Can they surround it and get through first? Mexico still has a long way to go. Canada built a huge lead. Can they survive? The answer is yes. Mexico did a great job, but unfortunately for them, they finished 1 second too late. 40.01. Good enough to move Canada into the quarterfinal. And now it's Cameroon against Portugal. These two teams very tight early, and it is Cameroon that gets to the funnel first. We've seen that not necessarily matter. Mexico got to the funnel first and could not close the deal. Cameroon down to their second funnel. So is Portugal. A little bit of a lead, it looks like, right now for Cameroon. But you can make up a lot of time very quickly, and they are going to be dead even. Almost. Oh, what a move! Portugal, with a time of 31.07, ran right through the final funnel, and they win it by over 5 seconds to a time of 36.22, as Portugal is moving on with a very quick final funnel. You can't come back from that when it's at the very end of the course. Great run from Portugal. They're moving on. And now the matchup moves to Peru against England. It is Peru. I'm not sure exactly what color that is. Oh, okay, there it is. It's black and red. They come out second, though. The lead right now belongs to England, who is in a lighter colored marble. They get to the funnel first. Pretty good job, though. It looked like Peru picked up a little bit of time there. You could visibly see as they get through the funnel first. England stuck in the first funnel. Now they're down to their second, but Peru is down to the third. Last funnel to go for Peru. England trying to catch up. They do, but they are going to come up too late. 28.24 the winning time. Peru moving on. England a 32.15. Peru with a nice move. They will face Brazil in the next round in our final matchup. Russia against the United States. Russia in the dark red. The U.S. typically, as always, in their silver. Looks like the United States with an early lead. Let's see. It's Russia who gets out first. Took a turn when they came out of our view. And Russia with a noticeable advantage as they get to the funnels. But the United States look like they're circling that funnel. They get down to the second funnel first. Russia still in the first funnel. They're down to their second. The United States circling the second. They're down to the final funnel. Russia running out of time. They had a big lead. They have blown that big lead, and the U.S. is going to win this one easily. A time of 32.19, and it's going to be, what, nearly 10 seconds? Almost. 9.91 seconds later, a time of 42.10. Russia is eliminated after blowing a pretty big lead. So now on to our quarterfinal matchups. Sweden against Canada. And they are off. Very slowly making their way down. Looked like the lead belonged to Canada. It does. Very quick-fire, fast-paced action course and tournament. Sweden circling, so is Canada. This is looking to be pretty close. Right now, the lead belongs to Sweden and very tight. Sweden, though, makes very quick work. They got through that second funnel incredibly fast. Now they're trying to work on the third funnel. Here comes Canada. They're trying to come back. Canada, watch them to the top side. They are going to come up a little short. Sweden moves on with a time of 44.19. Canada nearly came up with that one. 50.05 is their final time. Sweden, with that big second funnel, moves on to the semifinals. And it's the Netherlands against Portugal now. It's a pretty interesting matchup we just saw. We saw a lot of determining factors, which included that very quick second funnel. Here's Portugal against the Netherlands. They look pretty close. They were. It's just a slight lead for the Netherlands. They grow the lead as they came out of our view, and when they come back in, the lead was definitely larger for the Netherlands than it was when they came out of view. But Portugal makes it up in the funnel. They come out of the first funnel first. Now they're circling the second funnel. The Netherlands needs to pick up their speed. Here comes Portugal. They're into the final funnel. The Netherlands struggling to get through the second. Portugal all over the entranceway. They are headed to the semis as they get the final funnel down with a time of 39.02. They win it, and the Netherlands struggle with the funnels and finish with a time of 47.08. They are eliminated. And Portugal will at the very least play for a spot on the podium. Back to the top left, it's Brazil against Peru. Really like that splatter look on the Peruvian marble. Very interesting look. Very classic yellow and black look for Brazil. Let's see who comes out first. It's Brazil. They're ahead a little bit. But we've seen this area right here, when they come out of our view, a totally different look potentially when they come back in. Not that time, though. Brazil holds the lead. But look at Peru. They take advantage, and they're all the way down to the final funnel. Another very quick second funnel. Peru is making very quick time. They are through and into the semis with, I think, the fastest time we've seen. That's a time of 24.09. Very impressive. And Brazil still going to put up a good time, but it's too little too late. 34.11. Peru is into the semis. Very impressive run. And the final matchup of this second round is the United States against Belgium. Again, the artsy look of Belgium. Classic silver for the U.S. Looks like it's Belgium in the lead, and it is. Pretty tight. But we've seen this first funnel can become very important. Look at that. The United States taking advantage. They're out first. Second funnel at the United States. Once again, here comes Belgium. But the U.S. is through. An impressive time, 27.06. They're on to the semis. Belgium at a time of 31.11. They're going to be eliminated. We've seen some impressive runs that have not resulted in moving on. Just saw a couple of them in a row. Brazil put up a good time, and Belgium also put up a good time, and neither moved on because the teams they were facing put up a better time. Here we go between Peru and Sweden, and it was Sweden to come out first when the relay portion of the course happened. Sweden gaining the lead here. Peru's been really good with the funnels. Let's see how well they do. They continue to do good. They're into the second funnel first. They are into the third funnel. Sweden still on the first. Sweden still on the first. They drop down to the second as Peru drops to the finish. Another great time, 22:05, and Peru is just flying through this course. Sweden will finish respectably at 33:14, but they are gonna be relegated to the third place matchup. Peru is into the final, and they have just dominated this course over the last couple rounds. Of Portugal. See who comes out first. Looks like it was Portugal with the lead. It is. They've got a sizable advantage, and we'll see who comes back out to the funnel first. Really, who can do the funnels better is going to be the team that's going to win. They're pretty tight right now. Who can get through it first? It's the U.S. Pretty tight on their heels is Portugal. Second funnel's going to become important. Portugal all over it. The U.S. and Portugal both very tight. It's going to come right down to the finish. Here they go. Left side is Portugal. Right side is the United States. It's the U.S. that's going to win and move on to the final. A time of 34:22, just under 2 seconds ahead of Portugal as they are into the final to take on Peru. And now it is the third place matchup for a spot on the podium between Sweden and Portugal, who both put up good times, but as this course has gotten more and more used, they look pretty even there, and just a slight advantage for Portugal. But as we've used this more and more, you've seen these times have gotten shorter and shorter that they've been in this course. At least that's been the case typically. Portugal got their second, and they will get out of the first funnel second as well as Sweden holds their lead. Sweden is into their final funnel, trying to finish it up. Both times will be plus 30 seconds. And, oh, what a move by Portugal. They went right through the final funnel. Slowly getting there with Sweden, but there was nothing you can do to beat that. Portugal is going to earn third. On a pretty impressive run as we get the finale now. The cup is on the line between the United States, a powerhouse, and Peru, who has put up some very impressive times, under 25 seconds in each the quarter and semifinal matchups for them. They've got the spattered black and red look, the classic silver of the United States. And the attention goes to the starting posts. Here we go. The U.S. has had a little bit of trouble here. This time they've got a tiny, tiny lead. And they go out of our sight, and when they come back in, we'll be at the funnel. U.S. gets there first. Let's see what Peru can do. They've been incredibly good at the funnels. And again, they take the lead. The U.S. trying to hang in there with them. Peru is through their second funnel. The United States is through their second funnel. Here comes Peru. They're circling it. They've got it, and they win it. A time of 26:07, another sub-30-second time. The U.S. finishes at 31:10, but Peru gets the win. What a run. Peru just destroyed this relay race course, and they just absolutely dominated the funnels at the end. Peru is the champion. Give third and the bronze to Portugal. Give second and the silver to the United States, but you can give the gold to Peru. They dominate the course, and they win the tournament with incredibly 3 consecutive sub-30-second times, including the 2 fastest times in the tournament. Peru gets the win. They are the champions. Congrats to them and to everybody participating as they win this matchup of the relay race. It was a fun one. It was a very fast-paced and quick-hitting competition. As Peru gets the win, the United States settles for silver, and third place being earned as well. Congratulations to Peru. They get the win. And until next time, I am Ricochet, and thanks for watching MSPN's coverage of Marble Fubeca. NSPN's coverage of Marble Fubeca continues. Ricochet here once again as we welcome you to yet another tournament-style race. This is a very long course which can have an opportunity right there where anything can happen. You can make one wrong turn, one right turn, and it can totally change these races. This is a one and done tournament style. Only one marble will go for their respective country. Once again, 16 teams battle not only to get onto the podium, but to earn that trophy right in the middle. They are France, the Netherlands, Russia, Italy, England, Germany, Portugal, and Spain on the left side of the bracket. And the right side of the bracket is Uruguay, Brazil, Colombia, Mexico, and Argentina, Honduras, the United States, and Chile, which consists of the right side of the bracket. We begin in the bottom left corner with Netherlands against France. Netherlands has the orange, black, and blue. It is mostly blue with a little bit of white and just a tiny bit of black mixed in for France. They make their way through the first funnel. Everybody chose that left side, which is a little bit longer, but if you both go the same way, it kind of doesn't matter. They make their way up the conveyor belt. One thing that you notice about this conveyor belt is that there's a little bit more room in between each prong that will bring up a marble, so an opportunity for the Netherlands to gain a little bit of a lead, and they do have a tiny bit of an advantage. They are into that blue funnel and very quickly through the blue funnel, making their way down to the first yellow funnel, and France has caught right back up. They are both circling that bottom portal, and it is still the Netherlands out in front in the second of 4 yellow funnels. Netherlands is through to the third, coming off of a very tight runner-up finish in a couple of events, a couple of tournaments. They have the lead right now. Let's see who's going to make their way down through it. First, it is going to be the Netherlands. And now, if you go down the left side, it's a little bit longer, a winding course. If you go down the right side, it's typically going to be a lot faster. And it is the Netherlands to the right side, almost as if France can do nothing but watch and have them be eliminated. That is exactly what's going to happen. 1 minute and 22 seconds for the Netherlands to survive, and France will come through the same way that we just saw the Netherlands do, but it'll take 11 more seconds. 1 minute and 33 seconds, and France is eliminated. The Netherlands move on to the quarterfinals. And we head to the top right corner of the bracket. It is the United States in silver and Chile in white. And it's the U.S. in the lead right now. They both went to the right side, which is, as you can tell, a much, much quicker option. And they also got caught in a spot where those prongs are a lot closer, so not as big of a lead for the U.S. to be able to gain right off the bat. Although they do seem to be gaining a tad bit as we go through the almost like a racetrack portion of this course as they go around and around. And the U.S. is in that blue funnel. There is Chile. They almost made contact with each other. They may have made contact, actually. Both circling around that first hole of the first yellow funnel, and it's the U.S. out first. Chile losing a little bit of time. They are still trying to get around. Now they do. But did that time cost them? The U.S. is through the second of 4 funnels. Chile having a hard time closing around those funnels right now. The United States closing in on funnel 3, and they are going to get it almost immediately after Chile drops to funnel 3. It's about a 1 funnel lead right now. Let's see if Chile can get back in this one. Circling around, they will make their way to the final funnel. The U.S. will make their way through the final funnel. Which way do they go? Left side can leave it open a little bit for Chile. Right side's going to make it really difficult. Chile still in that 4th and final funnel. The U.S. has not made it through yet. They're both going to go down the right side. It's going to come right down to the finish. Who makes it out first? Chile may be in the advantage spot. Nope, it's the United States that will crumb across first and will take out Chile by just under 4 seconds. 1 minute and 30 seconds for the United States, which was a significantly slower time than the Netherlands. That was a much closer matchup. But the U.S. survives and moves on to the quarterfinal. And now you get Portugal against Spain. Portugal immediately drops behind Spain. A little bit of a slow start, but they both end up right next to each other. And so far, we've only seen the Netherlands end up in one of those spots where they are able to gain a large advantage right off the bat. Now through the red portion of the track. Look at that great camera view there. Down into the blue funnel and immediately into the yellow funnel is Spain. Here comes Portugal. And Portugal making up a lot of time right now. They come up, oh wow, they came through almost at the exact same time. That is a great run right there by Portugal. Portugal actually might be in the advantage spot now. Nope, it's still Spain that comes out first. And Portugal now makes their way into the third funnel. Spain in the lead, but Portugal's done a really good job in these funnels to keep it close. They are both into funnel number 4. And it could come down to that wire and determining if you go left to, for a lack of a better term, the frowning face portion, or to the right side with the smiley face, the shorter, more direct opportunity there. Oh, they made contact with each other. Spain goes to the right. Portugal goes to the left. Portugal is going to try to make their way through. Oh, they're going to do it. A comeback for Portugal. And they beat them by less than a second. Trailing the entire time, Portugal pulls off the upset. That is an incredible run at the very end by Portugal to advance. And now Uruguay went to the right, and Brazil goes to the left, and it's a huge lead for Uruguay right off the bat. They are already making their way up towards the top where it's going to drop them off, and they are going to make their way around the red portion of this track. A huge lead. Now just coming to the red portion of the track is Brazil. The very first opportunity for one country to take a large lead over the other, and immediately Uruguay takes that advantage. They're giving it up just a little bit, though. Still having a hard time getting through that blue funnel. They gave up almost the entire advantage they gained at the very beginning. Going through that first yellow funnel, and Brazil comes back to take the lead. Uruguay has blown the early advantage. And who has that inner line now? It looks like it's still Brazil. They are through the second funnel with the lead. Halfway done with these funnels, and they are starting to gain a lead. They're down to their final funnel. Uruguay trying to circle around the opening of the third funnel. They will drop down. Let's see what Brazil can do. How big of a lead can they gain? They are through. Now they drop down to the half pipe. Which way do you go? It almost looked like on that last run, Uruguay went to the left and it helped them. Now they're going to end up knocking with each other. Oh, they're going to go opposite sides again. Here we go. Who wins it this time? Got to get through that funnel quickly. Here we go. It is Brazil. And Uruguay struggles at the end. Brazil with a comeback after a miscue early. They come back, take the lead, and then happen to hold on. They advance to the quarterfinal. Action-packed early. It is Russia against Italy. Italy with the right side, and they're going to take the advantage as well. Russia in the dark red, and it's Italy in the blue and yellow. Not as big of a lead, but still a lead nonetheless. I look like it was 4 prongs or so before Russia will make their way onto the red portion. Still a pretty good sized lead. Into the blue funnel goes Italy, but here comes Russia, and it looks like they're going to be about a funnel apart, as dropping down to that first yellow funnel right as Russia entered was Italy. Now they're in the same funnel, and again, Italy separates themselves. Both circling around the bottoms of their funnels, and once again, Russia drops, and then Italy follows suit to maintain essentially a one funnel lead. And this time a little bit bigger of an advantage for Italy. They gained a little bit there. They're on their final funnel of the large yellow portions of these funnels, and they will make their way to the half pipe with about a funnel lead. It's a matter of whether or not they can make that decision and be knocked off of the half pipe themselves. They do. They will head for the left side, which is the winding portion, But it's a pretty big lead right now for Italy, and they are going to win this one handily as they finish at 1:33, and we'll see how long it takes Russia. They really struggled with those large yellow funnels and ultimately were unable to come back as they did not make it even to the half pipe by the time that Italy was finished. They finished at 1:50. It is a nearly 17-second win for Italy as they will move on to face the Netherlands. And now it is Honduras against Argentina. Honduras in the red and yellow. Argentina mostly silver, and again, they're going to gain that advantage. We've seen that the last few times. One marble has gone to the left, one marble has gone to the right. It is very clear there is no way to go around it, that if you go to the right side, you're going to get an advantage over the other team. The left side is by far a much longer and more time-consuming portion of track to have to gobble up. Into that blue funnel goes Argentina. Let's see if they can get out of that funnel before Honduras enters. Basically even, dropping down when one gets in. Very similar to what we just saw with Italy and Russia, where Italy was able to hold a one funnel lead. Not quite that big of a lead because Honduras making up some time here. But it is still Argentina with the lead. Honduras making it very difficult, though. Honduras nearly making contact with Argentina as Argentina drops down to the third funnel. Here comes Honduras. This one could be close. Final funnel of the large yellow variety to go. And both are in. Gonna have to take a comeback if Honduras wants to get out of this funnel first, though. Very tight. And let's see which way Argentina decides to go. They might be forced into it. Oh, again, it's going to come down to the end. Who's going to come out of that funnel first? It's Argentina that will not be able to survive. Less than a second separates them. Honduras with a comeback. And clearly, as they are going to face the United States in the quarterfinals, and we see now England against Germany. Germany in the all-black. Very menacing look. They will head to the left side and immediately have to come for a comeback. We've seen, though, this is a course that clearly lends itself to the comeback. We saw Brazil with a large portion of track that they had to make up, and then they did that, took the lead, and had to survive a comeback attempt of their own. Into the blue funnel first goes England. And they are going to make their way down. They're in the first of 4 yellow funnels, and so is Germany as they're trying to pick up some ground there. Looks like they are just a tad bit. The real difficulty is if you don't get off that half pipe at the bottom of this course before the other country reaches the half pipe, you could be in some trouble because they can just knock you right out of the way. We almost saw that in that last matchup. They ultimately ended up forcing each other to opposite sides as down to the final funnel goes England. Germany trying to catch up. The half pipes are pretty difficult here. They have caused a significant amount of stress, I think. Here comes England. And let's see if they can finish this off quickly, or will Germany make contact? England down to the right side. One more funnel to go. Germany moving very quickly, but it's going to be too little too late. England moves on with a time of 1:34. And now Germany coming to a standstill. 17 seconds was the largest win. And that might be passed. Let's see. Germany going to come to the end. They're going to have the slowest time we've seen so far, and they're going to lose by just over 20 seconds, 1:54. So Germany at the end, ultimately, when you've got nothing left to play for, it makes it a little harder to keep the intensity up. And so we move on to Colombia against Mexico. And Mexico with the early lead. And you've got 2 prongs separating the respective countries. Look at that. They look like they're about one length apart for a portion of that track. Very quickly out of the blue and into the first yellow. Now they are neck and neck. And we'll see what happens. Once again, into the same funnel. With still another funnel to go, and Mexico will drop first. Still two more full funnels. Let's see if Mexico can drop quickly here and try to gain a little bit of extra advantage. They're down to their final yellow funnel. I'll tell you what, give credit to the Netherlands and France. We saw them move pretty quickly through this course. I feel like they've been quicker than anybody else in that first run. First matchup of the day. Mexico circling around. They're going to make it out and head for the half pipes. And they're going to go down the right side and go for the one funnel and a straight shot to the finish. Here comes Colombia. They're going to need some help if they want to make that comeback. It looks like Mexico's going to fall. They're going to get the win. At 1 minute and 39 seconds. And now it is Colombia that will try to decide which way they're going. Almost coming to a standstill now. They'll go to the left side. Head down one funnel and then the S's to get them to the finish at 1 minute and 56 seconds. So another 17-second win as Mexico takes care of Colombia rather easily. And we have our quarterfinal matchups. First one is Netherlands. The Netherlands against Italy. Whoa. Contact there, and Italy goes to the left side. The Netherlands gain the early advantage. They're to the right side. And they are headed for the conveyor belt right as the Netherlands are making their way off the conveyor belt. We have seen some success when they get the early lead. We've also seen some pretty good comebacks onto the blue funnel, and the Netherlands are now going to drop down. Not exactly a dominant moment there. They have opened the door back up for Italy. Everybody's close. The Netherlands are going to fall first, though. Onto their second yellow funnel. And here comes Italy. And the Netherlands will drop to their final two yellow funnels. 3 funnels total left because you still have that one small orange funnel, depending on which side you choose. The Netherlands fall again. They're down to that final funnel. Again, the half pipes can make or break here. Both are in the final yellow funnel. Looks like Netherlands. They are circling it. They are headed for the half pipe. And let's see which way they fall. The Netherlands with the lead over Italy. Here comes Italy. They are going to knock each other around. The Netherlands to the right with one funnel and a straight shot. Italy to the left. They've got to go through the S's. They get out first. And it is the Netherlands in a buzzer beater. They beat them. Oh my goodness. Is that 5/100ths of a second? I believe that's what the official scoring was. They beat them by 5/100ths of a second. And now the U.S. against Honduras. Honduras just got off to a terrible start. They got stuck in the blue portion before you even get out of the first real obstacle, and then they went down the left side. And so the U.S. trying to make their way around this red portion of track and gain as much of a lead as they can. And they are already going to make their way onto the blue funnel, and still 3 full passes to go before Honduras will get there. Let's see how big of a lead the U.S. can gain. Can they get out of that funnel? They do before Honduras makes it. That was pretty even, though. And I think the U.S. might be a little disappointed that they didn't get a larger lead. Honduras drops from blue to yellow. The United States trying to make it through the first yellow, and they do. Still holding an advantage, but it looks like Honduras is gaining just a tad bit. You can only hope for as good of a finish as we just saw between the Netherlands and Italy. The U.S. down to funnel number 3. That was a crazy finish. And they are maintaining a 1 funnel lead. Here comes Honduras. How quickly can you get out of this and give yourself time in that half pipe to get through? U.S. still in the lead. Here comes Honduras. They are circling quickly. They may make contact with each other. They are through, and oh, they're both in the half pipe. The U.S. gets out first. They're going to follow each other, and the United States is going to get the win. And 1 minute and 38 seconds, and following suit at 1 minute 42 is Honduras. Valiant effort after a just awful start, but the United States is into the semifinals. And now we will find our opponent for the Netherlands. England takes an early lead. Portugal goes off to the left side, but again, like I said, you go to the left side and you're not done. Honduras nearly made that entire comeback against the U.S., and they got stuck in something that wasn't even an obstacle, and then they chose the wrong path to go down. So by no means are you out of this until somebody hits the finish platform. England trying to make their way quickly through that blue funnel. And they fall just before Portugal makes their way in. And again, good job so far by England to maintain that lead. Portugal looks like they're about to drop, but so is England. Very smooth run that time. The English trying to advance to the semifinals, and they gained a little bit of time there. For just a moment, there was an entire empty funnel separating these two. So England did a great job to gain that lead. They're going to drop a little bit of it back. Had a little bit of a slow start there to try to get out of that final funnel. They make their way down to the half pipe. Still a pretty good sized lead. Let's see if they can capitalize and get out of the half pipe. Here comes Portugal. England still trying to decide. They're going to make contact. Portugal comes out first. They both go down the left. It's going to be a matter of who comes out of that funnel first. The answer is, England at the end wins it by just over a second. Portugal had the lead back after a bad start, and England swipes it away at the last second, stealing that victory. And now Mexico against Brazil. Brazil gets off to the right side. Mexico with a slow start to the left. We have seen some really impressive finishes here. Honduras almost made that comeback. Couple of lead changes at the very end of that last matchup. And of course the photo finish, 0.05 of a second, separating the Netherlands with another nail-biter against Italy. Brazil out of the yellow funnel, or out of the blue funnel into the yellow, and they are now followed by Mexico. Seems to be really trying to force the hand of Brazil there. Getting very close to those marbles touching with each other. Both into the second funnel, and now Brazil drops down, reassuming the lead. Mexico follows, but Brazil gained that time. They went down almost immediately after Mexico entered. Let's see how much time they have to try to maneuver the half pipe. How much time do they need? Could be another question. Mexico trying to swarm around it. Let's see which way Brazil goes. They will go to the right side. It's a straight shot. Let's see how quickly Mexico can try to make something of this. It's going to be too little too late, as Brazil will come across at 1 minute and 40 seconds, and Mexico still stuck in the half pipe. And they will go to the left side. The more scenic route, if you will, taking the S's to the finish line. Dropping out of that final funnel and crossing the line at 1 minute 56. So Brazil held that one, the lead from start to finish. They will face the U.S. in the semifinal. But first, it is England against the Netherlands, who hung on by the skin of their teeth there. And they are going to be behind early. Both had to go through the same side, but it is England who makes it out much quicker, and it is a 1, 2, 3, 4 prong lead right now going through up that conveyor belt. This is where the speed of the marble can become important. If you are a quick marble, you can make up a lot of time, and it looks like the Netherlands is making up some time, as they are both now in the blue funnel. That is a big win for the Netherlands, and they may have gotten the inside track there. Nope, it's going to be England coming out of the blue funnel first. Both are in the yellow. Netherlands have done a good job to get a little bit tighter, but does their luck run out? They have had a lot of luck in very, very tight situations. Maybe not necessarily luck, maybe it is skill. Able to win those matchups. Just barely coming through with a comeback at the last second against Italy. A 5/100th of a second separating those two. But right now they're going to have to make a comeback against England, who is in the fourth funnel. The Netherlands circling and making their way to the fourth funnel. But how big will that lead be for England, and how big of a head start do they get for the halfpipes? Here it is. How quickly can they get out? Very quickly to the left side, and they will make that victory stroll through the S's. They are going to advance to the final. It is England through in 1:37. And the Netherlands will take the same route and finish off a run that is going to take just under 2 minutes at 1:58. So England is through. Do they get the United States or do they get Brazil? U.S. in the silver. Yellow and blue. Oh, what a move by Brazil. They just hopped right over the U.S. Both go down the right side, and we are neck and neck early. That was a huge power move right there by Brazil. But the U.S. staying close, and they're both going to be in the blue funnel at the same time. That's almost a guarantee unless somehow Brazil just knocks their way right through it. And they are. Let's see who gets that advantage and who gets out first. Looks tight. It's going to be Brazil. And the U.S. follows. Both are into the first of the yellow funnels. Brazil circling around that entrance, or I guess in this case, an exit. And they do make their exit from the first to the second funnel, and the U.S. follows. Brazil, you can see, does have the lead right now, and they do have the advantage. The inside track towards that dropout. The U.S. is into the third funnel. Oh, Brazil very close. They're into the fourth funnel now. Gaining a little bit of speed there and gaining a little bit of a lead over the United States, who is into the fourth funnel. And again, this might come down to how well you can maneuver those half pipes. Brazil will encounter the half pipe first. How well do they do? The U.S. still in the funnel. They are... Oh, they're going to make contact. Yes, they will. Oh, the U.S. takes the lead. Brazil is still in the half pipe, and the United States will funnel their way through the S's and into the championship matchup. 1:42 as they knock. It's a bump and run, really. Brazil will finish at 1:50 on the dot, and the United States against England in a revolutionary matchup. But first, it's the third place match between the Netherlands and Brazil. Brazil got bumped at the end, unable to get into the championship matchup, and now they will fall behind the Netherlands early. Still unable to make their way to the red part of the course, and now here they are, but a big lead for the Netherlands, who did all they could to try to make that comeback against England, but ended up finishing, I think that was a 16-second win to get England into the championship against the United States. And now the Netherlands trying to place on the podium. Good comeback here by Brazil, as they are gaining a little bit of time here, but it's still the Netherlands in the second yellow funnel. Wow, that one took a long time to get through, and I think that's going to be a frustrating run if it comes back to bite the Netherlands. That second yellow funnel was not successful at all. But Brazil could not take advantage. They struggled. They nearly made contact. Down to the final funnel goes the Netherlands, trying to place on the podium. The loser of this matchup falls right back in with the other 13 countries. The Netherlands will make contact first with the half pipes. They are going to make contact with each other, though, and Brazil with a bump and run. But here comes the Netherlands. They're not going to give up easily. It's going to be who falls through that funnel first. The Netherlands is going to need to have it happen first. It does not, and Brazil gets the win by just over 2 seconds. At 1:48, they get third place. And now it is the United States against England, and the U.S. out first. They go to the left side and take the advantage. They're up the conveyor belt. Still in that funnel is England, and they will head up the conveyor belt, but they have 4 pretty well spaced out prongs separating these two marbles. And so the U.S. with a lead early. We are 25 seconds into the championship run, and at 27 seconds even, the U.S. drops to the blue funnel. And by that time, that is about a 7-second lead from when they entered the blue funnel. 27 seconds and 33 seconds for England. The U.S. into the second yellow funnel. And they gained a second from those couple of funnels. They were up by 7 going into the blue. Going into that second yellow, they were up by 8 seconds. The U.S. maintaining a comfortable lead, as they are, for the most part, doing a good job of keeping themselves in a separate funnel. They're down to the final funnel now. The half pipes are so important in this race. The U.S. knows that, pulling off a bump and run on Brazil to advance to the championship. They will go to the half pipe first. Can they get out of it? That's the question. England is still in the funnel. They're going to try to make a move that'll win themselves a championship. Here we go. It is going to be England into the right funnel. Here comes the U.S., and it's going to come down to who makes it out of the funnel first. England wins it at 1:42 seconds, and the United States, after an incredible run to beat Brazil at the end of their semifinal matchup, will settle for silver. England wins the trophy. Brazil comes in third, and fittingly enough, the United States, running with an all-silver marble, will own second place in this matchup. So, an impressive run by England, some heroics, a lot of back and forth, but in the end, it is England in first. The United States comes in second. Third place goes to Brazil. So until next time, I am Rick O'Shea, and you have been watching MSPN's coverage of Marble Fubeca. Hello friends, and welcome to MSPN's coverage of Marble Fubeca. I am Rick O'Shea here for the Quadrilla race, which is, as you can see, a very daunting track, which will encompass quite a long race. The goal of this race is going to be to get your team to finish first, and so whichever team will finish first will move on. As you see, this gigantic course, which is the Hape Quadrilla course, which is why we are calling it the Quadrilla race, as we have... As you can see at the beginning, but near those starting posts, you're going to have to get through those pegs before you enter some very complex spirals, very complex funnels that will shoot you out all different places. You are going to lose sight of some of these marbles at some point, so we will try our best to keep as well of an overview sign as you can. As you can see there are many different ins and outs of these different parts of the course, as you see some of the countries lining up and getting ready to go. Should be a very, very interesting race. as we have our 16-team field fighting for that cup right in the middle. And you can see some of those countries lining up, and there they are, India and the Philippines, and there's Ecuador. Mexico up toward the top. Mexico, who won our last standalone video that we have put up, which you saw the half pipes, the very large half pipe course that, as I mentioned, was almost like a Plinko style event where you scored different points based on where you're landing. Nothing like this today. This is just a good old-fashioned marble race where you want your entire team to get down as soon as possible. And so our first matchup is the Netherlands against Brazil, and we are underway. Netherlands in the red and black. Everybody making their way through. Brazil, classic, mostly yellow. And now they go all different ways, and it's almost just a guessing game as to who's in the lead. First one down right now is the Netherlands. We can tell you that much as they head up the conveyor belt. There is Brazil with a couple, and the Netherlands with 2 more, and they begin the funnels. One half pipe there, and Brazil is the first one down. There is the Netherlands, and the Netherlands had one shoot right out toward the right side. They are the first one down to another one of those lower funnels. Look at the marbles up towards that top at the very first funnel before you get to the half pipe. A lot of them very tight with each other. Only one marble so far has chosen the left side, and that is the Netherlands all alone. Everybody else either hasn't made a choice yet or has gone to the right side. First one down is going to be... maybe not. Here we go. It's going to be Brazil out of nowhere. Big run by Brazil to take it. Here comes the Netherlands with 2. You have 4 marbles, and Brazil's in a little bit of trouble. Brazil gets one more down. Only 1 to go for the Netherlands. They are circling it. They fall, and it is the Netherlands that is going to take it. Brazil will be eliminated with still 2 marbles. One marble has 2 more funnels to get through. A exciting start, but almost a disappointing finish there for Brazil, as they did have the first marble and a pretty heroic attempt by that first marble to get down first, passing up a couple of the Netherlands marbles, but the Netherlands is going to move on. And now it's China against Argentina. China, very intimidating black and red, and Argentina in the light blue. They head down this wooden funnel, which will shoot you out all different ways. At this point, it's kind of hard to tell until you get to the conveyor belt, and then you can see who's really fully in the lead. Shaking the conveyor belt is China with the first 2, then Argentina. Another Chinese marble makes its way up. Looks like Argentina has the lowest marble. Argentina is actually in a lot of trouble. They've got 3 marbles up towards that first funnel. They need some help. One to the left side, that is China. Everybody else to the right side. The first 3 right now are all Chinese. This is a dominant run right now by China. Will they be able to finish it off, though? That's the question. The last marble right now is China. That could be some trouble. Argentina fighting with themselves. China's down first. Let's see if they can finish all of theirs before Argentina can get away with another close win. There's the second Chinese marble. Here comes the first for Argentina. Left side really moving slowly. Argentina has their second. China has number 3. Can they finish it off on the left side? Circling it. China is going to fall down first, and the Chinese advance. Argentina closer than Brazil, but still going to be eliminated nonetheless, as that was a closer matchup, although China did lead wire to wire basically right there. And we have 2 that are through, and now it's Ecuador against Mexico. Mexico coming from the left side in the black and green. Multicolored yellow, red, and blue. The colors on the flag of Ecuador are on their marbles as well. Looks like Ecuador's out to the early lead. But again, depending on where you fall, it is really back and forth on who's ultimately going to take the lead until you get to this point. And it is Ecuador with the first 3, and 4 out of the first 5 are going to be Ecuador marbles, and we'll see if they're able to hold off. We have seen some of the marbles struggle when you get here to this part in the race with the funnels can cause problems. The half pipes we have seen many times can definitely cause problems. And for the first time, we've got a couple of marbles go to that left side. One Ecuador and one Mexico. Mexico, though, is in some trouble. They have basically all the marbles that are in last. This is maybe even a bigger blowout. First one down is going to be Mexico, though, fittingly enough. And then Ecuador off to the left. Ecuador has their second, has their third, and they're very close. Ecuador with a 4-1 advantage. Still 3 marbles had to cross for Mexico after Ecuador had dropped all of theirs, so an easy win. And just by way of how many marbles had crossed for the opponent by the time that the winning team had finished, this is the biggest blowout. Although, it was a little close there, and Mexico did have the first one to move on, but it is Ecuador overall as a team that will advance to move on to the quarterfinals. And we get a battle of red, white, and blue. It is France and Russia. Slowly making their way down. Everybody done with one portion of the wooden funnels, making their way towards the conveyor belt now, which will take them up and over and on their way to the funnels and then to the half pipe and down, where they have to make their choice on which set of funnels they're going to take. Pretty tight right now. Nobody really pulling away yet. France and Russia. You can see up at the top of the screen a couple of the blue marbles very close there. France and Russia cross the line almost identically. They both have 2 in and 2 to go. However, it is going to be too little too late for France, as Russia, despite the fact that they went 2-2 early, they finish off their 2 before the other 2 for France can cross the finish line. They still have a couple more funnels to go for that last French marble, and Russia will advance to the quarterfinals as well. From the bottom right quadrant, I should say. Chile on the left side, that's with the more blue. More of the blue is going to be Chile. Poland is their opponent, and they are also mostly white, so a lot of white on both these marbles, but that is white with just red for Poland, and it is white with blue as well as red for Chile, and everybody is making their way toward the conveyor belt. Right now the advantage goes to Chile. However, it looks as though now Poland has taken that lead. And yeah, Chile has the last marble right now, so they are in the danger spot. Doesn't matter who finishes first. You can tell Mexico or ask Mexico about that, because they will tell you who finishes first doesn't end up mattering. It's who's in that last spot. And right now, Chile's in a little bit of trouble. They are well behind everybody else. Still at that half pipe, they're stuck. Now they will head to the left side, trying to make up ground. Chile does finish first. There is the first and second marbles for Poland. It's 2-2 right now. There's Poland's third. There is Poland's fourth, and they will advance. And it was that last marble. Chile with a respectable run, except for the final marble, and that ends up costing them, as they still have 2 more funnels to make it through. Slowly going down. You can see those marbles are very tight in color. A little bit more clear on the Polish marbles, as they will advance for their country into the quarterfinal, and they're going to take on the Netherlands. And now we get our matchup between Germany and Portugal. It is going to be Germany in the black on the left, and Portugal with mostly green coming from the right side. First marble down was Portugal. First two down were Portugal. Everybody's down. And making their way now through the maze that is that wooden area of this course. The Cape Quadrilla course. Or what we are referring to as the Quadrilla race. First round matchup still. And Germany has the first two. First three, first four. Or no, first three. But the last two to come out of that top funnel were both from Portugal. The Portuguese struggling a little bit. Now it is Germany that's in last. Pretty good run there by Portugal to take advantage of a little bit of a mistake. As you see a different angle here. Showing you from the top, and now right back into last place would be Portugal. It's very tight. Portugal has their first through. They have their second through. Here comes number 3. They've got a 3-0 lead, but now here comes, oh, there's a big run for Portugal, and Germany in trouble. Circling and through is Portugal. And Germany, after having a huge lead, they had the first 3, and there were 2 for Portugal that were at the back. It is Portugal that will advance. They will take on China. Our next matchup is India against the Philippines. India with the mint color and the light blue, almost sky blue, representing the Philippines. Everybody making their way down, heading for the conveyor belt. This is where it gets very tricky. First through was the Philippines, but it is mostly right now India. It looks like they've got the advantage. And it is India that has the last marble right now. Both these countries with very shiny representatives. And we will find out who will be the first to fall. And claim, I guess, a personal victory there. 3 of the marbles for the Philippines are off to the right side. First down was India. There's the Philippines with their second and a 2-1 lead. 2-2 now. It's 3-2 India. And India's going to advance. As the Philippines, once again, this has been a trend here in this early going. 1 marble ends up struggling for their country. And more or less, it's just 1 that ends up knocking them out. Very tight all the way through with the exception of the final Philippines marble. That is circling around that final funnel and will fall now. And finish up what is a disappointing run for them. India's through. They're going to take on Ecuador in the quarterfinal. And our final matchup from this first round is the United States against Spain. Spain in the tan color, white with red, is the U.S. In our half pipes matchup, we saw the U.S. sport silver, but they've got mostly white this time. Everybody heads for the determining factor of really where you are standing at this point. It's the U.S. with the first, but it's also the U.S. with the last. So Spain has found their way through, and now Spain has the final 2 marbles. And let's see, yep, Spain's going to have the last 2 to come out of that top funnel and make their way toward the half pipe. U.S. has 3 that will go down the left side, and they are the only 3 down the left side. All 4 marbles trying to go down the right for Spain. And it looks like it might be a blowout for the U.S. They have their first. They are circling their second. Here comes Spain. They knock down their first, but the U.S. knocks in 2, 3, and 4. And a dominant win for the United States to advance to the quarterfinal round. As Spain had the final 2 marbles, the marbles running 7th and 8th for virtually the entire race. After they got out of the conveyor belt and down to that first funnel, from there on, the Americans dominant, and they will advance to take on Russia in the quarterfinal. And we head back to the Netherlands, who were in the first matchup. They take on Poland. Poland in the white, Netherlands in the red. A slow track here on this, beginning with the wooden funnels. The speed doesn't build up until a little bit later when they head down the track and make their way onto the conveyor belt. Netherlands had the first one down. The last one down will also be the Netherlands. Similar to what we just saw from the US in the final matchup, the first round. Last out of that first funnel will be the Netherlands. Ooh, very tight with each other. Poland takes the advantage. Poland making their way to that final half pipe with their last marble. Netherlands still in that funnel, and now they knock with each other, and Poland ends up losing out as the Netherlands knocked Poland and just went right on through. Said, excuse me, I'll take that. And knocks Poland right now with a struggling marble. Both have one in. Poland has two. Now the Netherlands have two. Poland circling their third. They've got it. It's going to come down to that final marble. Two funnels to go. Now only one funnel to go for everyone. Netherlands with their third. Here comes Poland. Here comes the Netherlands. It is tied, and at the buzzer, Netherlands. They advance, and Poland goes home in a buzzer beater. A nail biter right there. And the Netherlands will advance to the semifinals. And Poland got to be disappointed right there. Here is China against Portugal now. China with the red and black stripes. And they have the final three marbles to get out of the beginning of that wooden funnel there. Portugal with the green. Making their way to the conveyor belt. And the first four, how about that? 1, 2, 3, and 4 in the running right now are Portugal. 5, 6, 7, and 8 are China. And we'll see how well China can avoid that continuing to happen, because that is a very big advantage right now for Portugal. Can they take advantage? We have seen big leads blown. Right now, the final three marbles are all from the Chinese. They had an easy win in round one. But not coming quite as easy right now. Nobody down yet. Portugal has three that are with either two funnels or one funnel to go. Same can now be said for China, but they have one marble that's really struggling. First one down is Portugal. Second down is Portugal. Here comes the first for China. There's the third for Portugal. Second for China, but Portugal circling it. And they will win. They advance with, again, as I mentioned, one marble can ruin it for your team, and that is the case for China. They actually got that third one in first despite being down big. Everybody else made that comeback. But Portugal will advance as China unable to complete what would have been a large comeback, falling one marble short. We move on to Ecuador against India. Ecuador in the yellow, India in the mint green. Ooh, wow. Ecuador had one of their marbles get stuck, had to be pushed along by that last marble. And 3 out of the final 4, and the last 3, in fact, all belong to Ecuador. So they're in a little bit of trouble here. Look at that. All of India's marbles were on that bottom funnel. All of Ecuador's marbles were on the top funnel. Again, a big lead getting late into this race. Can India hold on? That was something that Portugal barely was able to do. Almost overcome by a big comeback from China. Ecuador would like to do the same. Right now it's pretty tight. Let's see who's the last to get down from that top funnel that we see on the screen right now. It's going to be Ecuador. And the first down, meanwhile, will also be Ecuador. They will take the personal win. They've got the first 3. Here comes Ecuador. Trying to be pushed along. 1 in, 2 in, now 3 in for India. Again, it's going to come down to the wire. And it's Ecuador. They do complete the very large comeback, which nearly turned into a comeback bid by India. Tight one But Ecuador moves on, and now we get the big boys. Russia against the United States. Russia in the dark red with white stripes. The U.S. in the white with red stripes. Very distinguishable which one is which. These two countries facing off. The spot on the semifinals on the line. The final spot in the semifinals. The U.S. has the final marble right now, and now that changes hands to Russia. Last one to get to the half pipes is a telling sight. Right now, that is going to be the U.S., although that was the case for the U.S. in their first round matchup, and they were still able to hold off it. In fact, they had a sweep, a dominant win. U.S. right now closest to the finish line, but also they still have a marble that's up at the half pipes. That marble is killing the United States right now in a huge amount. They still can't get out of it. Now they finally do, but they've got 2 whole funnels to make up on the next closest for Russia. Russia has 1 down. The U.S. has 3, but they're going to be ousted, it looks, by 1 marble. The theme continues in this competition. Russia advances, and the U.S., despite having a 3-0 lead, they are eliminated. Russia moves on to the semifinals. The Netherlands against Ecuador for a spot in the championship. Netherlands barely held on to beat Poland. They are in the red. Ecuador in the yellow. A very, very tight matchup for the Netherlands to get them to this spot. Wow, look at that. Everybody was bunched up there at the conveyor belt. Had to take their turns making their way up. Fascinating right there. Again, important in this matchup is the last marble down to the half pipes. And the last 2 marbles down to the half pipes right here are going to be the Netherlands. They have the 2 marbles that seem to be in the lead right now, but they also have 2 marbles towards the bottom. Now they're trying to gang up on Ecuador and pass them. They got 1 through. They've got only 1 through before Ecuador retakes the lead on towards that bottom of the screen. And now the first to finish is the Netherlands. But again, that's not what matters. It's when does your last marble cross? Netherlands with a 2-0 lead. Ecuador has their first. The Netherlands have their third, but they also have 1. It's going to come down to this final marble, and they are in the same funnel. Who's going to fall first? The Netherlands are going to go. And the Netherlands with another tight win. They advance to the championship in thrilling fashion. How about that? Very tight. As Russia and Portugal watched on, now they are in the spotlight. Whoa, very slow getting into that wooden funnel. Everybody slowed themselves down there and gave the marbles that were in the funnel a little bit of an advantage. But again, the slower marbles are the ones you want to focus on. And there is a pretty big disparity right now between first and last. And the last marble belongs to Russia, who is struggling with a lot of their marbles towards the back. However, it is Portugal that actually went down first from that top funnel. And let's see which one is the final one to get through that second funnel and into the half pipes. It is going to be Portugal again. And Portugal not exactly having the success I think they would have envisioned here. Russia has 1 already down. Portugal still has 1 in the half pipes. They're down to their funnel. Let's see if they can make a run as they finish their first. However, it looks like it's a pretty big advantage right now for Russia. 2-1, the lead belongs to Portugal. Now it's 2-2. Both of the Russians are down to their final funnel. Russia moves on to play for this championship, and they will face the Netherlands as Portugal, once again, outdone by that one marble that could not get through the half pipes. Every team member is important. One marble can cost you. But first, it's our third place match between Ecuador and Portugal, who had one marble cost them. Each eliminated because of one single team member struggling, as they will one last time make their way through a large wooden structure and head for the conveyor belt. We are lucky that we have not seen any marbles get stuck on that wooden part, which would form a disqualification. We've seen a couple of marbles who have been stuck, but nobody has permanently gotten stuck because those have not been the last marbles to make it through to that point. So that is a break, and nobody has had to be disqualified because of a team member unable to finish the race. Starting to make their way down through the funnels. Ecuador still has one more marble to make their way to the half pipe. They do now, and they need to get out of there as quickly as possible. If I'm not mistaken, everybody went to the left, and they did. How about that? First one down is Portugal. However, the last two also belong to Portugal. Portugal trying to take advantage of the fact that they have their marbles to work with. They have a 2-0 lead. Now here comes one for Ecuador, and now Ecuador's got the last two. They're in trouble. Big comeback by Portugal. Gonna have to knock somebody out of the way. Portugal and Ecuador comes down to the final one, and Portugal is gonna take third place as they get this win 4-3 in another tight matchup. And that brings it to the finale. It is the Netherlands in the brighter red with black stripes, and it is Russia in the dark red with white stripes. The Netherlands have barely advanced the last two times. They had a pretty nice win in their first matchup, but after that, very, very close in the quarterfinals and in the semifinals. Everybody through one last time onto the conveyor belt. Russia with a 4 marble lead, if I'm not mistaken. Big advantage. Here's the last one down. One of the Russian marbles is still stuck in that funnel, and it is going to be Netherlands' last one. Ooh, very tight. They collided but did not get stuck. That was both Netherlands marbles there that could have had disaster. They're going to need to make a comeback on Russia if they want to once again come away with a close win. First one down is Russia. Second one down is going to be Russia. Third down is Russia. Fourth down is Russia. It's a sweep. 4-0 as the Netherlands run out of magic in the finale. Russia wins it 4-0. They take the cup. Second place goes to the Netherlands, and Portugal, by way of winning the third place matchup, they get onto the pedestal as well, coming in third. The Netherlands in second, but the crowned champion is Russia as they get the win via a sweep in the finale. A dominated showing by Russia. And they finish off this matchup on the quadrilla race on the Hape Quadrilla track with a pretty easy win in the championship round. So that is all for us here from MSPN representing Marble Fubeca. I am Ricochet, and thank you for watching. Hello and welcome back to MSPN's coverage of Marble Fubeca. I am Ricochet here for Marble UFC. As you see our octagon, the setting for today's matchup in what is a very daunting course. And the octagon that will present many challenges for these countries. Again, tournament style, as you see the MUFC octagon, which features 5 different spots there that are notated on the screen that will result in knockouts. And if you are going to be knocked out, that means that you will lose your opportunity as a marble representing these countries here, as you see some of those countries on the screen. One go for both of these teams that will face off against each other. And whoever has the most marbles standing at the end of that turn will advance and have an opportunity to move further and further into this tournament. As always, the goal of these tournaments is to win the trophy and earn the gold. A podium finish is obviously huge for these countries as well. As you see the team statistics for the MUFC, and there's the countries being represented: the Netherlands, Turkey, Brazil, and Russia in one quadrant. Vietnam makes an appearance, along with Mexico, Canada, and India. And on the right side, it's Spain, Indonesia, the United States, and Peru. And the top right quadrant is France, Argentina, Portugal, and England. And there is the trophy to be awarded. Our first matchup will be the Netherlands against Turkey. Turkey being represented with the orange, almost red-looking marbles. Mostly white for the Netherlands. They make their way through the course, and then they will collide. A lot of collisions going back and forth, and it is a knockout for the Netherlands. They lose one of their marbles, and we'll have a look on the replay. That will eliminate the Netherlands. And so Turkey moves on. Look at this replay. A ton of collisions, and right here, everybody gets pretty close, and it ends up being the Netherlands that drops into that one knockout spot. So tight match, but Turkey wins it. And we'll go to the top right, and it'll be England versus Portugal. England with blue and white, Portugal in the green. And they make their way through, and no knockouts yet. Now a knockout for England. And they knock out a couple. 2 drop for the English, and they will be eliminated by Portugal. That one lasted a pretty long time there. On the right side, you see knockout number 1, and right behind it, knockout number 2. So England held on for as long as they could, but they are eliminated in the first round. Portugal moves on. And we now get Canada against India. These are similar looking marbles. The more white-based marbles belong to India, and the clear marbles belonging to Canada. Into the octagon they go. There's a knockout. Let's see if we get another. We don't, but it didn't matter because those were both Canadian marbles anyway. And so India is going to advance. And what we've seen, that bottom right knockout spot has been popular so far. Just missed it. Did one of the Indian marbles on the middle in the bottom screen. And they move on to play for the quarterfinal, and now it is Indonesia against Spain. This is the bottom right side. Indonesia in the plain white, yellow and red. For Spain, into the octagon they go, and Spain has a knockout, as does Indonesia, and a second one drops for Indonesia. They had the lead for a moment, but dropped one in the middle, and again, that bottom right knockout spot costs them, and Indonesia will go down. As you look at the replay, right there is one for Spain, and then in a matter of just moments, things went from looking good to very downhill for Indonesia, as they dropped one in the middle and in the bottom right to lose this match. So Spain will move on. You see their supporting section. And they are into the quarterfinal, and now we get Brazil against Russia. Each quadrant has one representative in the quarterfinals. Russia and Brazil, the winner will move on to the quarterfinals. Russia in the dark red, Brazil with yellow and blue. And they are through, making their way down. You want to avoid being knocked out. There's 2 knockouts. And that's all we're going to get. They're going to be both knocked out for Russia. Brazil holds on with all of their marbles. Russia loses 2. They are eliminated. And looking at the replay, pretty dominant win. There is 1. Nice assist by Brazil. Knocked 1 in. And so Brazil will move on to face Turkey in the quarterfinals. We head to France against Argentina. France with the brighter blue color, the light blue, silver and white of Argentina. In they go. Couple of knockouts and now a third, and that will cost France, as France and Argentina both had an early knockout. There's the 1 for Argentina. There's the first for France. And right there, bottom right, once again, costs one of the countries as France drops their second. They're eliminated. And Argentina will get to face Portugal in the quarterfinal. Now it is Vietnam against Mexico. And they are the Vietnamese. And the Mexicans. Vietnam making an appearance on this channel for the first time in a while. And they are in some trouble. Oh, no, they're going to come through. It looked like the 1 marble for Vietnam on the bottom right was going to drop, but instead it's Mexico on the bottom left. Look at the replay. There's 1 for both. And then on the right side, it looked like Vietnam was going to drop a second. Meanwhile, the second Mexican marble fell on in, and Vietnam advances to take on India. And the final matchup of the first round is Peru against the United States. The USA in the silver metallic-looking marbles, and mostly white for Peru. Let's see who makes it through and clinches the last spot in the quarterfinal. It will be the United States, as they keep all 4, and an assist, as you'll look at the replay, will show that the U.S. right here made sure that there was no chance for them to lose. Even if that 1 stray marble for the U.S. went in, an assist by the United States advances them into the quarterfinals. So second round matchups now. It's Turkey on the left side and Brazil on the right. Turkey won the first matchup of this UFC fighting, and they will go home. Wow, that was tight. But ultimately, right here, 1 was going to have to go in. It was just a matter of which one. And fighting tooth and nail, Brazil just pushes Turkey into the knockout spot, and they knock them out of this tournament. And moving on into the semifinals, it'll be Portugal against Argentina now. That was a huge move by Brazil to get into the semis. And we'll see who makes the big move here. Portugal and Argentina in the MUFC. There is 1 for Argentina, 2 for Argentina, and all stay standing for Portugal. Very fast pace. And again at the end, it looked like Portugal might drop 1, but that still would not have been enough. So Portugal is into the semifinals. They will face either Spain or the United States, but first it's India against Vietnam. Vietnam just survived in their first round matchup. As you saw the Indian supporters. And away they go. Spot in the semis on the line. Faces Brazil. 1 goes in for Vietnam, and that will be the only one to go. And India is into the semifinals. Right there, India had 1 hit off that middle, and then they were headed for the bottom right, but it was Vietnam that fell first, and so India survives and advances to the semis. And now the last semifinal participant will be determined between the United States and Spain. The U.S. bullied their way into the second round. Now taking on Spain. Match coming. Into the octagon they go. The U.S. has 1 fall. Spain has 2 fall. And that's it. The United States is into the semifinals. Again, the team to fall first have their first knockout. Once again, ends up being the one to win. Oh, so close. It looked like it was going to stay in the octagon, but Spain has their second fall into the knockout, and we are going to the semifinals with the United States as the final participant. But first, back to the left side of the bracket, and it is Brazil against India. Brazil just took out Turkey. India disposing of Vietnam. Very close. India has one. Brazil has one. India has their second fall, and they are eliminated. On the left side, very quietly, Brazil had their first fall in. Almost two more falling in. That was pretty tight there. At almost a third fell for India, but eventually, very slowly making their way into the knockout hole. And so Brazil is in the final. India will play for third, and they will face either Portugal or the US. The loser goes to the third place match. The winner goes to the championship. We just saw the United States in a championship game where they lost to England. England eliminated in the first round of this matchup. Now they have Portugal in the semi. US has two in. Portugal is going to keep all of them on the board, and the United States is eliminated, and Portugal is going to the championship. Wow, look how close they are there to one of the knockout holes, although it wouldn't have mattered anyway, as the United States has two knockouts, and Portugal would have only had one even if that had gone in. So the U.S. is eliminated. They will play for third place. Portugal and Brazil will be in the championship matchup. But first we get that third place match between the United States and India. And they are off, playing for a spot on the podium. Into the octagon they go. The U.S. has one. India has one. They both have two, and the United States picks up their third, and all of the knockout spots are filled, and India gets third. That is the first time we've seen that. They both fell in at the same time, and there goes number 3 for the United States. Right before number 2 fell for India. So India takes third. They'll place on the podium. And now we come down to the championship matchup between Brazil and Portugal. 16 countries entered the octagon. Only one will survive and be turned into a champion and climb the podium for the first place prize. Here we go. Into the octagon they go. And 2 for Portugal. It's a clean sweep. Brazil holds on to all their marbles, and they win it to take home the MUFC title. Dominant performance in the championship. Nobody really got particularly close. And as we watch our champions and placers, first and second runner-ups, being crowned, third place goes to India, second place goes to Portugal, but the queen of the ball is Brazil as they take home the trophy. They place in first as they win MUFC with a dominant performance in the championship matchup. They took out some heavyweights, and in the end, they take out Portugal to win it. So for MSPN and Marble Fubeca, I'm Ricochet, and thanks for watching. Hello everyone and welcome back to MSPN's coverage of Marble Fubeca. I'm Ricochet as we welcome you to the Marble Race Tic-Tac-Toe. Very original and unique concept as you have a look at our course. Our different countries and the marbles representing those countries will make their way down the winding track and then attempt to score in one of our tic-tac-toe spots as you see on the board. Obviously, no X's and O's, just marbles in this matchup. But they will attempt to score in the style of tic-tac-toe. Have an opportunity to advance. This is again tournament style as you see some of the cheering squads. There is Brazil. France is right there in the middle of things. Very interesting and unique concept. It's a board that we've seen as you have a look at the 2019 team statistics with Russia, Brazil, and England right now in podium spots. As you can see, it's a board that we've seen used for targets, for target scoring, for bullseyes, and things like that. As you see the teams that are facing off, France, Turkey, Indonesia, and Russia, and then Vietnam, Brazil, England, and Spain. On the left side of the bracket, the right side is Mexico. The United Kingdom as a whole will be represented here. The United States and Malaysia, and then Canada, Portugal, India, and the Philippines. So some countries that we have seen a lot of times, such as France, who will face off here in this first matchup, and some that we haven't seen quite so much. They are going to get 5 marbles and an opportunity to score, and let's see if anybody can get it. They can. Turkey scores a tic-tac-toe as they go across from where you're viewing it on the right side of your screen, top to bottom. Oh wow, look at that. On the replay, you just see Turkey just forced that one out. That's impressive right there. As Turkey forced it out of the way, they will get the win because France had the positioning in that bottom right corner, but they could not come up with it. Turkey moves on. That's impressive, as it's the Philippines now against India. Philippines in the blue, India is in the white, and they head for the board, and again, on the right side, it is 3 across, top to bottom in the right corner. And India will move on. The effort was there from the Philippines, but they are unable to score as, again, just forcing the other team out. That appears as though it might be, and it almost worked right there, that appears as though it might be something that's going to become very interesting to watch. So the Philippines go home, India moves on. And again, this 16-team field. And it'll be Spain against England here. So you have the United Kingdom and you have England both being represented. Spain in the yellow. England is in the white and blue. And it is England that's going to get it all the way atop the cross. Across the top. As they actually did it 2 ways. They do it from left to right along the top, and they do it in the diagonal way as well, from the top left to the bottom right. So 2 for England. None for Spain, so they will definitely get that win. They're the first country to score 2. And now it is the United Kingdom who will take on Mexico. They are in the red. Mexico back to their typical green and black. And let's see if anybody can get it. Yes, they can. That is the United Kingdom. They will score, and they will move on. It's fascinating to watch these replays and watch the jostling for positions. Right there, they just cannot get in, and it's the UK that's able to take advantage and force their way into those spots. You see 2 of the Mexican marbles that are up towards the front as you watch the cheering section for the UK. They move on. They take out Mexico, that has been a heavyweight in these tournaments. As we get Russia against Indonesia. Russia is in the red with white. It looks like it's just plain white for Indonesia. And it is going to be along the right side for Indonesia. They're going to move on, and putting themselves in the center spot right there forces Russia to have to try to force one of the Indonesian marbles out right here. They got there first, and that's before they even got their own 3 across. Great effort from Indonesia to block Russia before even scoring their own. They move on. And now it's Canada against Portugal. Really good effort there, as this is Canada in the... Wow, look at that. And it falls in. Canada with the 3 on the bottom, and they go 3 diagonally from the top right to the bottom left. They score 2. And all bunched up at the bottom of the back of this area, which is on the right side of your screen, was Portugal. They only got 1 to actually land in a spot. Canada moves on. Good effort by them. Strong attempt by Portugal, but they cannot come through with any kind of results. Now Vietnam and Brazil. Brazil is more blue than yellow, and Vietnam, with some red in there, is more yellow than blue. Let's see who comes up with it. Brazil's got 1, and that's all they're going to need. Top to bottom along the right side, they will move on. And one of the... Was that Brazil, or was that Vietnam? Somebody didn't land on the board. That was... Yeah, all the way back towards the launching post was Vietnam with 1 of their marbles, as Brazil moves on. They'll face England. And last spot up for grabs, it is Malaysia and the United States of America. Here's the USA with their silver marbles, and Malaysia is going with the yellow and black. Let's see what happens here. And Malaysia and the United States at the last moment. It's the US that picks it up vertically from top left to bottom right. And the last marble to fall in a spot was that top left for the US. As Malaysia right there, unable to block, and just falling in at the last moment, and able to secure an advancement for the United States. So USA moving on to take on the UK. But first it is Indonesia and Turkey in the bottom left. Only 1 will survive to the semis. Turkey with the red and black. A very elegant look for Indonesia. Let's see who comes away with the win, though. It is going to be Turkey, as they'll take it across the middle, top to bottom. An effort there, a couple of 2s for Indonesia, but they could not find a 3rd. And so Turkey is into the semifinals. They took out France in the first round, and they pushed them around there. And at the end of the day, that 1 marble that got stuck at the back of the board there ends up costing them. Canada against India now. Canada with the clear, India with white, with a few different colors involved there. Canada is going to go across the middle, left to right, down the middle, and 3 of those marbles for India, or I'm sorry, for Canada, I should say. India goes down the middle. They win it, as Canada got stuck in the back of the board. Boxed them out. Well done. Look at how much they controlled there. All 5 of their marbles landed in spots, as they are able to advance. And now it's England against Brazil. Should be very interesting if we happen to get something where both of the countries get 1 score. What would happen in that case? There we go. Brazil has the first shot at it, and it is from top left to bottom right. Brazil moves on. We saw the few of the England marbles lagging behind, and so Brazil had a better chance early. And there was one last one at the end. And so Brazil gets it diagonally. They're into the semifinals. And once again, the United States takes center stage at the end to take on the UK. There is the USA right at the starting gates. The United States in silver, red representing the UK. Down first, the UK trying to finish it off. They do. They go down the middle from top to bottom, and the UK knocks off the USA. How about that? Good effort, and a pretty dominant showing there. The United States only got 1 of their marbles to stick in one of the spots. Got a few stuck in between, and the UK is going to the semifinals. Now it is Brazil against Turkey. Winner goes to the championship, and the loser drops to the third place matchup, trying to get on the podium. That's not guaranteed yet. Let's see. It is diagonally top right, bottom left. Brazil moves on. Well executed again. And right there, even knocked in another one for good measure. 4 Brazilian marbles find their way into a tic-tac-toe spot. They're in the championship. Will they face India on the right side, or will they face the United Kingdom on the left? UK gets down first. And are they going to give it to them? Yeah, the UK is in that bottom right spot. They get it. It was close, but the United Kingdom from top to bottom on the right side of the board, they will win it. And they are going to take on Brazil for the championship. So India is relegated to the third place matchup. And the UK being represented here and taking their talents all the way to the championship. But first, for a spot on the podium, it's the third place matchup between India and Turkey. And they make their way down. India first, then Turkey. India has one, and that's all they'll need. Across the bottom of the board, left to right, and they will take third place and earn themselves a spot on the podium. Good effort by Turkey, but they'll fall a little bit short, as they are unable to get onto the podium, losing in the third place matchup. And now it comes down to this: Brazil and the United Kingdom. There's the UK's cheering group, the representatives for Brazil. The gates are up and we are off. One chance. Who gets tic-tac-toe? Both get tic-tac-toe. The UK goes down the middle. Brazil goes to the right. They're tied. And what happens now? Wow, look at that. All over the place. And the UK, not for trying, they almost took away one for Brazil. We go again. Try number 2. Who takes it this time? Brazil down the middle. That's all they need. From left to right, right down the middle of the board, and Brazil wins it in overtime. After a tie, an impressive showing, and Brazil with the resiliency to come back and right there win it for their country as they get the win. Congratulations to India. They are given third place, making their way on the podium. A pretty good showing. First time I have ever had the privilege to witness the United Kingdom, and they did very well, finishing in second. But today belongs to Brazil in extra time. It took them a little bit longer, but they are able to get it done over the UK. Great effort from both countries, and a great effort from all of our countries for this tournament. But until next time, thanks for watching MSPN's coverage of Marble Fubeca. I'm Ricochet.